Okay, so I think we can start now. Hello, everybody. Good morning for the ones and good afternoon for the others. I'm very happy to welcome you at this Waseda Brussels office workshop on cinema, international and national cinema. I will immediately leave the floor to Professor MORITA in Waseda University, who will present us the workshops. Thank you. Professor MORITA, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Jean-Louis. Can you hear me all right? Okay, good morning. If you are participating in this event from Europe, and good evening if you are from Japan. My name is Norimasa MORITA, as Professor of Film Studies at Waseda University in Tokyo, and I'm serving to this event as one of the organizers, and also leading my paper in the second panel today. Anyway, first of all, I'd like to thank every one of you for being with us today. We are very pleased to welcome to this workshop those of you that are actually in Brussels today, and though I can't greet you in person, and then also those who are joining online. The National and Transnational Cinema Workshop was the first planned to be held in November 2020, but because of the COVID pandemic and the various strict travel restrictions, it was postponed 3 times. So we postponed the event so many times because the organizer wanted to hold it with every speaker and the delegate in presence in Brussels rather than joining online. Until late last year, we are confident we could invite all of you to Free University of Brussels for the workshop and the Cinematheque for the screening of and the reception. However, because of the Omicron variant resurgence, we had no choice but host it online while welcoming those who can travel to Brussels at the campus. Again, I'm very sorry I can't meet you in person in Brussels, but then also it must be disappointing for you not be able to meet your friends and to see new people on this occasion. However, in spite of the very difficult circumstances in which we are holding this workshop, we are very pleased. We have many speakers and then excellent papers. Thanks to you, we have a wonderful program today and tomorrow. We are particularly grateful for your devotion because hardly anybody dropped out this workshop after 3 postponements. This may be taste, and this may not be the taste for anybody. The national and transnational cinema is the virus. Is replaced by another variant over the course of time, and the dominant one is substituted by new one. The idea of national cinema emerged in the theoretical context of post-colonialism and the word cinema, word system, and then evoked lively debate in the 1990s. But its place seems to have been taken over almost completely by the concept of transnational cinema in the new millennium. Monographs, journal articles, and degree theses on the transnational cinema now overwhelm those on national cinema. So we keep both national and transnational cinema for our workshop theme. So we expect some lively discussion about these concepts. Anyway, this workshop is financially supported by the International Office of Waseda University, also the Waseda Brussels office, and Free University of Brussels. So I'd like to thank these institutions. I would also like to thank Professor Dominique Nasta of the University of Brussels, who willingly accepted us not only to be organizer of the workshop, but also as leading a paper herself, despite her busy schedule. And Dr. Vanessa Framville, too, played an invaluable role as an event organizer in introducing wonderful speakers and arranging the screening of the film. Mentioning Jean-Louis Moga as our director of Brussels office and tirelessly worked for this workshop. I'm sure you know about him already by now because he's in charge of logistics and then communicating with all of you in various manners. Clara Olive joined our organizing team late last year, and she too made a tremendous contribution in making this event happen. I can see that my friend Marcos Centeno, who is giving his paper as the first speaker after this. I had a similar event on transnational cinema like this one already twice in Tokyo and London, and then edited 2 books together based on the conference's paper. Thus, we are planning to put together your papers as delivered today and tomorrow, and hopefully turn them into a anthology of national and transnational cinema. So please look forward to this in the publication, and also it will be very, very grateful if you can then help us in the form of contributing your paper to our volume. So thank you very much for listening, and then really looking forward to some of your papers.
Thank you, Professor Morita. Thank you for your kind words. Now, please, we can move to the first panel. The title of the panel is Transnational Memory and Trauma of War. And I give now the floor to Professor Nakajima, who will chair this panel.
Okay, yeah, so I'm very happy to be chairing these very exciting 3 panels today. And yeah, I teach sociology and Asian studies at the Graduate School of Asia Pacific Studies at Waseda University. And yeah, well, I'm very much looking forward to presentation and discussion. And yeah, I think we have limited time today, so I will first ask Professor Marcos Centeno of Birkbeck College to present his paper. So Professor Centeno.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and good night in Japan. Well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to see many old good friends here in the chat, and well, many of whom we have been able to meet due to the pandemic. Yeah, let me share my PowerPoint. 1 second. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you, and thank you very much, the organizers, Professor Morita, and the Jean-Louis, Clara, and Nakajima for introducing me. The title of my presentation is going to be Transnational Trauma in Japanese Postcolonial Cinema, Haneda Sumiko's Japanese Settlers to the Manchuria. As Professor Morita has just mentioned, we have been engaged in a project on the Japanese transnational cinema for a while, and we enjoyed very much organizing a series of symposia in London at Birkbeck College, and also at Waseda University in Tokyo back in 2019. That resulted in a couple of publications. I have taken the liberty of copying the references here on the slide. The special issue, Japanese Transnational Cinema and Japan Beyond Its Borders, Transnational Approaches to Film and Media. in which we propose to call into question the old paradigm of national cinema by examining the limitations of studying Japanese cinema as confined to its national boundaries. Cinema has been transnational, not recently, but since its inception, and Japanese filmmakers have always been exposed to transnational kind of flows, influences, ideas, etc. So with that idea in mind, we enjoyed exploring this topic through several events, publications. However, what is transnational cinema? It's a slippery term because it might depend. The meaning might depend on from the point of view from which you are talking. You might talk about transnational cinema from a creative point of view in terms of style, transnational narratives, theories, etc. Or from a production point of view, we might talk about transnational productions, or from a distribution and consumption point of view. And from this perspective, we could talk about Japanese cinema as part of the global film culture. And there is another perspective, which is how cinema might deal with transnational communities and that revealing tensions within a nation, or engaging with the problem of, not the problem, with the topic of diversity, the diversity that characterizes any society in the world, including Japanese society. For example, Morita Sensei engaged in a panel on Zainichi cinema, cinema films produced by Korean descendants in Japan. I am interested in this particular topic in relation to Haneda Sumiko, a pioneer female director from Japan, because it deals with the problem of the returned Japanese settlers from Manchuria, which reveals a special case of what we can call the diasporic cinema. So Haneda Sumiko has dealt with a variety of topics throughout her career: women in society, arts, traditions, aging society, and in the later stage of her career, he developed this kind of transnational cinema by engaging obsessively in the representation of a kind of the Japanese community, Japanese communities that existed outside of Japan, but are currently vanishing. Haneda Sumiko was a child of the Japanese diaspora herself. She was born in Dalian, in the Japanese settlement in northeast China, and she at the end of her career obsessively tried to represent these kind of communities. This what I have copied on the slide. This belonging to a vanished community, Japanese community that existed or had existed outside Japan. Well, I have copied here on the slide 3 examples in which she presents this kind of approach. The story of Shichiro Kaikuya, a Japanese town in Vietnam, and then Japanese settlers to the Manchuria and the Inner Mongolia of mainland China, Mammo Kaitakudan, which is the film that I am going to discuss today. And then the film that she made 3 years later, Far Away Home, Luzon and Dalian, in which she makes a trip to her hometown in Dalian, in northeast China. Well, the Japanese settlers is, I am not sure if you have had the chance to watch this film. Probably those in Europe is very unlikely because the film was not translated or not subtitled. And I was engaged in a project last year funded by the Japan Foundation in the UK and Sasakawa Foundation, in which we translated, we subtitled the film for the first time and was screened in London. So I guess for the first time outside Japan. I am not, maybe the Japanese colleagues might have had the chance to watch it. It's one of the most striking and heartbreaking documentaries I have ever seen, I have to say. It revolves around the tragedies of those children who were abandoned in Manchuria after the surrender of Japan in 1945. The so-called in Japanese the Chugokuzain Ryu Minashigo, or the Chinese residual orphans. And it revolves around a number of taboos and unresolved issues in the modern Japanese history, or the memory of World War II. Just to give you a figure which speaks volumes about the magnitude of this tragedy, among the 270,000 settlers that were sent to Manchuria, 87,000 didn't survive the project, which speaks volumes about this tragedy, which is not widely known, in fact. So at least outside of Japan. So this is the problems that Haneda Sumiko is dealing in this film. Manchuria, as you know, I mean, Quantum Army created the puppet state of Manchukuo in 1931, and then from 1937 there is a project to send Japanese settlers from deprived areas in Japan, most of them from Nagano Prefecture, to Manchuria, to the recently created puppet state of Manchukuo, and then through a strong propaganda campaign, many farmers were persuaded to travel to Manchuria under this promise of finding a heaven on earth, which turned out very quickly to be a hell. Ironically, Sakane Tazuko, the first female director from Japan, was engaged in this kind of propaganda films, and Haneda Sumiko took the title from one of these propaganda newsreels, Mammotai Kaitakudan, for her film in 2008. Like Haneda Sumiko herself was there in Manchuria, in Northeast China. She had traveled to Japan from 1942 to 45 to study at the famous Jijugakuen in Tokyo, and few months before the end of the war, returned to her hometown in Dalian, in Northeast China. And the same thing had happened to many settlers. They kept being sent into Manchuria even right before the surrender. They didn't know that Japan was about to surrender, was about to lose the war. And we found that thousands of people were still being sent to Manchuria, only to witness the fall of the puppet state of Manchukuo and the following Soviet invasion. And what happened, the tragedy, the reason why many of the protagonists in the film are women is because the Quantum Army, Manchuria was considered a safe place. It was far from the front, far from the battlefield. So the Quantum Army was heavily mobilized, was transferred to the front in Okinawa and in the Pacific. So when in August 1945, when the Soviet Union invaded Manchuria, most of men from the Japanese, from the families of the Japanese settlers were recruited to the army, and many of them ended up in the Soviet Union and disappeared. And that left behind a lot of women and children who were abandoned in Manchuria. So these are the children. So Haneda Sumiko develops an interesting filmmaking method here, which is greatly influenced by Hari Susumu's style that was developed at Iwanami Eiga, one of the most important production companies devoted to documentary film in post-war Japan. So I have copied here at the bottom of the slide some of the references in which this prominent documentary maker and film essayist Hari Susumu, also one of the leading figures of the new wave, developed these ideas of a new cinema or a new filmmaking method. None of the articles are translated from Japanese, but you can have the references here. And I have summarized these ideas into 5 bullet points. The filming engagement with protagonists who do not act, so rejecting the idea of using professional actors, rejecting the usage of a script, filming spontaneous behavior through observation in order to capture subjectivity of the filmed characters, close relationship to the protagonists and the filmed reality, technical aestheticism, and the usage of long takes. With these ideas in mind, Haneda Sumiko, who joined Iwanami Eiga in 1951, implemented this filmmaking method. She had been assistant director of Hani Susumu in her earlier career, but then she added certain singularities. Probably the most significant one is her gender perspective. She developed an interesting close relationship to her female characters. Even if she, in her writings, I have taken a bit of copying here, many of her writings in which she talks about her thoughts about documentary film and her experience about in her career, and she rejected the idea of being labeled as a female director. However, in her films, we can find this special close relationship to her characters, and her interest in presenting, for example, Japanese history from the perspective of neglected voices, such as those of women or children, as the history of the way she presents the history of Manchuria colonization shows. And in her texts, she also talks about her rejection to the idea of kanto, surukoto, the idea of directing. She instead claims that she's more interested in producing, in enshutsu, in the sense that she doesn't want to impose things on characters, but instead of that, she likes to propose topics to discuss together with the protagonists. I am going to show you a couple of clips from the film, so we will have the visual reference. For that, also we will see how she adds a higher sense of her social concern, which was missing in the earlier Hani Susumu's films, and this interest, this obsession for capturing this vanished Japan, these vanished communities. In this case, the community of the Japanese diaspora, the Japanese settlers in Manchuria, which represents this kind of special case of diasporic cinema. So these communities that existed outside of Japan, but now are back, this diaspora that now are back in Japan, despite of the fact that they barely speak the language and they grew up in China, they have a different cultural background, and then they struggle to make their living in Japan once they were repatriated. So what is the starting point of the film? Haneda Sumiko witnessed when she returned to Northeast China right before the surrender, and she witnessed herself the fall of Manchuria. Her father was the principal of a school, and that school became a camp for refugees from all parts of Manchuria. And during these 3 years, she helped the refugees who were coming from everywhere. And in 1948, 3 years later, she was repatriated to Japan, but in her writings, she always claimed that she never knew what happened with the other settlers. She always wondered whether all the Japanese had actually managed to return to Japan. Then in 2007, she follows a trial in Tokyo, which tried to clarify the responsibilities of the Japanese government for these people, most of the women and children, who were abandoned in Manchuria after the surrender. That is the starting point, and then she starts engaging with this community of the former Japanese settlers in Tokyo. And then there is a trip organized in 2008 in which many of these war orphans participated, and to visit some of the former settlements where these people had lived or where they had been adopted by the Chinese families. And then they find a cemetery which was built by the Chinese authorities, and it's widely known the fact of the atrocities perpetrated by the Japanese Kwantung Army in Manchuria. And then Haneda Sumiko wonders why the Chinese authorities would build a cemetery for the Japanese. So this is one of the starting questions. And then she engages in this trip in which they visit this place. This place becomes a kind of what Pierre Nora defined as the lieu de mémoire, the memorial site, in which evokes kind of the landscape of trauma, because in the place, the very place where the cemetery was built, is where thousands of corpses, of bodies of Japanese settlers were found after the surrender. This becomes also the kind of what Maria Tumarkin defined as the traumascapes, the places where these places have played an important role in articulating the kind of individual and collective trauma, grieving, memory, etc. So Haneda Sumiko joins the trip and she interviews many of the former settlers. Now they are elderly people, and then, well, I have divided here the documentary is split into several topics. I have divided them into the following six bullet points. First, she introduces the history of the Japanese settlements. And second, she tries to answer the question of why Chinese authorities would build a Chinese cemetery for the memory of the Japanese settlers in Fanseng, and in order to try to defend the point that even for the Chinese authorities, the settlers were also victims, ironically, victims of the same colonial structures that had oppressed the Chinese, which is a very interesting point. And then she deals with the problem of the adoptions of these Japanese children by Chinese families. In this case, there are a variety of testimonies. Some of them were treated very well. Some of them were treated harshly. In many cases, they wanted to go back to Japan, but they couldn't because they were children and they had no documents to prove that they were Japanese or they came from Japanese families. So they couldn't show or submit to the Japanese government the documents that which were required to certify that they were Japanese, and they would have the right to return to Japan. So they never returned to Japan. They would return to Japan, but only after 25 or 30 years. So they were making them spending most of their life in China. And then she deals with the problem of evacuation, the tragic evacuation after the surrender, the hard life the most of them had after the repatriation, as I said, because they barely spoke the language, and they struggled to find proper jobs in Japan. And then the closing sequence in which she deals with some of the villages that sent most of the Japanese settlers, and then she explains the circumstances that pushed these people, these farmers, to travel to Manchuria. So I'm going to show you, if you allow me to do so, two clips in which we will see the point number 4 and number 5, evacuations and the life after repatriation. So you have a visual reference of how Haneda Sumiko deals with this problem. So I'm gonna stop sharing my slide now and share my video. Right.
これからみんなで本部に行ってもし誰もいなかったら井戸に飛び込もうということで相談して歩き始めたんです。そしたら途中でやっぱり襲撃されてもう包囲されちゃって、これ以上はもう逃げられないからみんな自決しようっていう話がこう伝わってきたんですよ。それで気の早い人はもうね自分の奥さんを子供と奥さんを殺して自分も死のうということで、でもその時に何かもそこから突破できそうだっていうので早まったなっていうところがあって後悔した人もいるようなんですけどね。それからまた関東軍っていうのか兵隊さんに出会って、ああよかった、兵隊さんと一緒だったらこれで 無事歩けるって思ったところ、兵隊さんたちはとにかく襲撃が怖いから山の中とか険しいとこばっかり歩くんですよ。子供を泣かすな、早く歩けっていうことは歩けないんですから、もう年寄りとか子供は。でお腹が空けば子供は泣くし、それを抑えようと思っても無理な話ですよね。それで途中で母は私たちを助けるために5歳の妹を隣のおばさんに、おばさん子供がいない人だったんですけどね、お願いしたらしいんですよ。で最後に「お芋食べたいお芋食べたい」って言っている最中に、私はその時知らなかったんですけど連れて行かれたんですよね。その気がつかないうちにね。それですぐ上の姉たちが随分母を責めたらしいんですよ。
それでその育ての親が言った言葉は「お前たちは結婚するんだったら絶対に男でも女でも日本人を選びなさい」と。いつかは帰る時が来るから。
それで日本に引き上げてきたのはいくつ？
いくつだった？ 34個これ。
その時日本語できました？
全然何もわからん。こっちもわからん。親と一緒にねずっとおったにわからん。私も何にも。卵だけ覚えとった。タバコと卵。他のもの何もわからんかった。本当にあれ日本に帰ってきて苦労したよ。働かんとね金がないし、働くと託児所に置いとって働くじゃん。子供がみんな日本人の子供に殴られたり噛められたり体あざだらけでね。それで託児所の先生がうちたち汚いからどうなこうなって言われるだわ。5番働いてもそうだよ。あんた何しに中国行ったので、本当の日本人なんでよその国行くので、あんた戦争知らんのって知らないって言う。70いくつの人よ、戦争知らんと。
I'm gonna stop it here. So just to summarize, this documentary is very interesting. It's fascinating. It's heartbreaking, but it's fascinating for many reasons. First, Haneda Sumiko implements this kind of new filmmaking style that had been developed from Iwanami again in the 1950s. But she adds an interesting gender perspective to the history of the colonization of Manchuria. So giving voice to these traditionally neglected testimonies of telling the story of the Japanese colonial past. And also deals with this problem from a transnational perspective, engaging in this special kind of diaspora, the returned diaspora of the Japanese settlers, creating this kind of a special case of diasporic cinema. There are many topics that are missing in the documentary, like the renowned issue of the Unit 731, which experimented with prisoners, forced labor, the case of the sexual slave, comfort women. But Haneda Sumiko deals with an interesting problem of the concept of colonial responsibility, the Sokomichi Sekininron, which has been discussed recently by Japanese scholars, as opposed to the concept of senso sekinin, or the war responsibility. And in this film, Haneda Sumiko indeed reveals or discusses a different kind of victims who are not necessarily war victims, but colonial victims, which includes the Chinese farmers and the Japanese settlers. The war was far from Manchuria during most of the war, but they were victims of the we should consider them rather victims of the colonial structures rather than victims of the war as such. And I have copied here the reference by Yoko Nagahara, So Community Sekini in Ron, in which she discusses this distinction between colonial responsibility and war responsibility. And ironically, she reveals how the Japanese settlers, while they were part of the colonial structures, they had become victims of it. So I'm gonna leave it here. So hopefully we will have more time for discussion and Q&A later. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor CENTENO, for very interesting, important, sad but important, page of history, and I learned a lot from your presentation. And I think we'll be discussing doing the Q&A at the end, taking 10 minutes. So I first would like to ask the second presenter for this panel, Professor Tani Masachika of Waseda University, to present his the paper, and then we'll have a Q&A at the end. Okay. Professor Tani.
Yes. So good morning, everyone, and good evening for those who are in Japan. My name is Masachika Tani, and I'm teaching at the University Waseda. And today I'd like to talk about war films, or maybe war movies in American way, but I prefer war films, so I use this appellation. So I talk about all films, but first of all, I have to confess that I don't like so much war films. I remember the French director François Truffaut saying somewhere that war films are boring because you see only soldiers in the same uniform, and I agree with him. On the other hand, wars will never disappear in the real world, and that as shows what's happening now in Ukraine. So there's always wars, and otherwise it is also true that war films bring a certain emotion to the audience. And moreover, war films can make us think about our relationship with others, maybe more than any other genre of films. So I'd like to discuss war films from the perspective of this last issue. And maybe show my PowerPoint. Sorry. You can see it. So let's discuss first war films in general. War films consist of showing battles between two opposing camps, often two countries. Paradoxically, such films sometimes provide an opportunity for collaboration between crew and cast members belonging to different countries. People coming from historically adversarial camps collaborate for making a film. But we have to admit that in almost cases, the story is told finally by the standpoint of one side. As you can imagine easily, for the most part, the category war film is inspired by real wars. Especially in the case of films made during wartime, it is rather common for them to be for propaganda purpose. As a result, enemies are not portrayed in a human way. That is because each side of combatants barely saw the enemy as human. In extreme cases, it is not rare for the audience of this kind of films to not see the enemy at all, but only its weapons and vehicles. On the other hand, many war films are governed by Victorian codes of gentility and emphasize honor, duty, and valor. So, in contrast with the heroic main character, the enemy is, if not demonized, trivialized. It is therefore rather normal that war films represent finally the standpoint of one side, of course, the side of main character. However, you can find a few attempts to present a perspective of both combatants in the history of war films. For example, Tora 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 made in 1970, dramatizing the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941. Realized by the directors coming from the two countries concerned with the conflict, the film depicted even-handedly American side and Japanese side. The audience witnessed both of Japanese army preparing attack and American army knowing nothing about this, but having some presentiment by the ciphering the Japanese code. Sequences representing these two different activities are edited parallelly, and it is from the beginning to the end of the film. This style provides a very objective way of appreciating the origin of the conflict between United States and Japan. You can have not a view from a single side of the battle, but a panoramic perspective. Tora 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 was produced by Daryl F. Zanuck, who wanted to repeat the success of The Longest Day made in 1962. He was rather interested in the detailed examination of the events preceding the attack on Pearl Harbor. But unlike The Longest Day, what was at stake in Tora 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 is Japanese successful surprise attack that provoked the rage of Americans in 1941. Therefore, even though the book on which the film was based was about code breaking and classified information during World War II, it is surprising and commendable that Zanuck tried to recreate the movements of the Japanese government and the military so accurately. As a result, Tora 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 became a rare film representing multiple perspectives about the serious and sensitive events unfold between two countries at the beginning of the war. However, as a film, Tora 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 ended up by being rather boring in spite of several amazing scenes. For example, the one showing Japanese fighter plane taking off from an aircraft carrier at dawn. Vincent Canby of the New York Times was unimpressed by the film. considering the category of war film as a sort of the cinema of actual event having its roots in ancient newsreels, he deplored its evolution as follows. As it has become more respectable over the years, it has also become more pious and dull. Roger Ebert, reviews for Chicago Sun-Times, was more severe. He recognized the subject was grand enough, but for him, Tra was one of the dullest blockbusters ever made, and suffered from not having some characters to identify with. There are several reasons why this movie became such a bore. Originally, the famous Akira Kurosawa was the director of the Japanese side of the film, and he had already started filming, but he was dismissed due to illness. Such a change of director must have had a considerable impact to the film. But that is not all. Toshio Masuda and Kinji Fukasawa, who replaced Akira Kurosawa, and Richard Fleischer, who was the director of the American side from the beginning, were all excellent directors of action films. However, in the framework of portraying the American and the Japanese sides impartially, they were not always able to demonstrate their abilities. International cooperation like this doesn't always get to success, and a politically correct film isn't always interesting in terms of expression. More than 30 years after the release of Tora, Clint Eastwood also tried to show parallelly American side and Japanese side, focusing on the bloody siege of the Japanese island Iwo Jima in 1945. However, this time he didn't do it in a single film, but in two different films, Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima, both made in 2006. They offer what we can call a diptych, essentially two separate but related representational elements that complete and complement one another. The attempt is unique in the history of the genre because maybe for the first time, two separate films from one director made in different language, Flags of Our Fathers in English and Letters from Iwo Jima in Japanese, explore the same battle from the perspective of both combatants. From the American perspective, Flags of Our Fathers present the preparation for landing on the island, aspects of the battles, the famous flag raising on Iwo Jima, and the effects of this on the three surviving flag raisers. From the Japanese perspective, Letters from Iwo Jima shows how the soldiers prepare to resist the invasion, as it concentrates on two men, General Kuribayashi, charged with the impossible job of defending the island, and Saigo, a young baker who has been drafted into the army. In a way, instead of editing American side and Japanese side in a single film, East would make letters from Iwo Jima as a sort of reverse shot of flags of our fathers. In fact, in each of these two films about the Battle of Iwo Jima, he didn't use parallel editing for showing adversarial soldiers. However, this attempt of making two films composed like a shot and a reverse shot was not a planning from the beginning. It appeared in the process. Asked in an interview if he wanted to make two films from the beginning, or if the second film occurred during the process of making the first film, Eastwood explained as follows. It occurred during the process. As we are preparing to do flags of our fathers, it occurred to me that the general who was the defender of the island was considered by American generals to be quite clever. And so I just started getting curious about as to what he was like. And so I asked a friend in Japan to send any books that were on him. There are no books in English, but there was a small book about letters that he had written home when he was an envoy in the United States and in Canada in the late 20s and early 30s. And so he had written home and drawn little pictures for his daughter and his son to show them what it was like where he was. Eastwood talked in another interview how were Previous letters. The letters were to his wife, his daughter, and his son. A lot of them were made from the United States when he was there as an envoy in the late 20s and early 30s. He was a very sensitive man, very family-oriented, and missing his family very much. In the letters, you got a feel for what he was like. General Kriveshi was a unique man. By all accounts, he was a man of great imagination, creativity, and resourcefulness. Eastwood learned also from the book that General Kriveshi later wrote from Iwo Jima until he wasn't heard anymore. This discovery led him to give weight to letters. And that was, of course, for showing the past of Japanese General Kriveshi and soldiers like Saigo and Shimizu, etc. That is the way American director Clint Eastwood succeeded in depicting Japanese characters from inside. But that's not all. The film opens long after the war when a group of researchers are digging on the island and find a bag. And then we flash back to Japanese soldiers Saigo digging a hole at the beach and General Kriveshi arriving on the island. At the end of the film, we come back to the present time for discovering the letters in that bag shown at the beginning. Some of the closing shots of the film is the slow motion image of the buried letters now discovered and floating to the ground. These are letters written by soldiers to their family back home. The film itself seems to be made for releasing the voice of these soldiers attached to these letters. So it is in the quiet moment of writing letters how the, So it is in the quiet moment of writing letters home where each one appears as an individual, not as a part of machine called army. Indeed, this recognition of individuality occurs when Baron Nishi reads a letter, when Baron Nishi reads a letter from the mother of an American soldier who died after having been wounded and taken prisoner. Not only this letter, but all letters presented in the film are full of humble details of everyday life. Dogs escaping to chase roosters, the repair of the kitchen floor, advice to the children, the love mothers, fathers, something like that. The title of the film, Letters from Iwo Jima, and the structuring of the story around these letters emphasize that in spite of our differences, or maybe because of our differences, we are all alike as individuals. It may be interesting to compare letters from Iwo Jima with another film about Japanese soldiers realized by a French director, Arthur Harari's Onoda, 10,000 Nights in the Jungle, made in 2021. This time, we don't see American side at all, and the story was unfolded from Japanese soldiers' standpoint, especially Onoda's specific standpoint. Specific because this Japanese soldier stayed on an island in the Philippines for 3 decades, hiding in the underbrush. Arthur Harari made this film because of his love for adventures, and he considered Onoda as a sort of Robinson Crusoe. But in the case of Onoda, he was not alone in the island. That was his imagination, which made him a sort of prisoner in the jungle. Hearing the news announcing that Japan was no longer at war, he didn't want to believe it and continued his hopeless fight. No doubt we face a sort of paranoiac. Interested in the character of Onoda, Arthur Harari also analyzed him very objectively. It's what happens when you are isolated, he said. It's basically paranoid behavior. Your mind has to reshape the world because you don't want to accept reality. Otherwise, you are confronted with your own weakness. And the only way you can feel strong is to reject the facts. So Harari So Ahari tried to get to Onoda's paranoid inner truth as close as possible. He even emphasizes that what audience viewed in the film isn't an objective account of real-life events. For example, flashbacks showing the superior Taniguchi lecturing Onoda and his fellow trainee about their duties as soldiers. There is another impressive flashback showing Onoda with his father just before going to the front. Ahari asserts that these scenes are not flashback in usual meaning, because he wanted to put audiences inside the subjectivity of the character. According to Ahari, it's how another person remembers it and tells it. In fact, Onoda resisted the reality and refused others' view. But his case isn't necessarily exceptional. You can find this kind of paranoia everywhere and every time, especially at the age of the internet. Let's hear again Ahari. I think that's also what's happening today with people on social networks trying to invent a new narrative about what's happening in the world. This is as old as humanity. It's also how you can create a religion, because basically the facts are too violent. The facts are too difficult for you to accept. So it's not only Onoda, but we all might hide ourselves in the jungle of our subjectivity. For concluding my presentation, I'd like to go back to letters from Iwo Jima. Toward the end of the film, hiding in a cave and knowing that it will soon be their last moment, Saigo and General Kuribayashi write a letter. And if I'd like to show some scenes, if I have the time.
花子、この手紙が届くことはないだろう。でも書いてるってだけでホッとするんだ。もう5日も飲まず食わずだ。ただ生きるってためだけに信じられねえことまでする。もう逃げらんねえ。でもお前と赤ん坊のことだけが気がかりだ。おい。
目水を取ってこい。
は。
Maybe I just stop here because I realize that I don't have the time. In fact, sorry. So they are convinced that their letter will never reach the destination. If you write nevertheless a letter, it could be for kind of, it could be for kind of self-gratification, and you might be confined to your own subjective world. But in Eastwood's film, they write a letter thinking about others. In addition to that, at the end of the film, as the end of the film shows, even if the letters doesn't reach the originally planned destination, they will reach some destination and someone will read them. In a way, Eastwood's film is a sort of reply to these letters. Eastwood said that American soldiers could not continue to fight with no chance of survival. In that sense, he couldn't understand the mentality of Japanese soldiers. And that is why he needed to make two films, not just one. He was trying to respond to a letter from someone else who had an incomprehensible mentality. In the cases Arthur Harari, he confesses that no explanation is enough to really solve the mystery of Onoda, spent so many years sticking to his belief. If he made a film about Onoda in spite of that, it is because the film takes place inside another's subjectivity and another's memory. He also tried to write a letter to Onoda. What is at stake here is the existence of others. However, these others are not fixed in a negative way as someone that is not yourself. Each of them is a different kind of being, far from yours, but which may have been yours, in fact. Through encountering such others, we can learn about the possibility of a different kind of life. There, our world becomes more pluralistic and fertile. However, these others are incomprehensible within the existing framework of our own meanings. Although I'm a Japanese, I cannot think like the Japanese soldiers who fought on Iwo Jima, nor can I understand Onoda, who hid in the jungle for 30 years. We cannot really understand others. It might be impossible. However, we can receive their letters and write them back in our own way. After all, viewing a film is also an act of writing a reply to the letters sent by a strange person. By viewing a film, we could take a step forward on the path of living with others while respecting their otherness. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, yeah. So, Professor Tani, thank you very much. And sorry, I mismanaged time. So we have maybe like 5 minutes of Q&A, and we'll speed up in the next session. But yeah, any questions from the participants? You can use the raising hand function, or maybe small number of people, so you can just speak up. Yeah. So, Lucia, can you speak? Lucia?
Yeah. I really enjoyed tremendously both presentations, and I would have a question for both speakers. the first one more focused on Marcus's talk about Haneda Sumiko. And because he referred back to Hani Susumu and their collaboration in the past. And I know that Susumu had tried to make films abroad and engage in that kind of transnational work that now Haneda is doing. I'm very curious about this documentary. And my question is about the relationship of this current generation of filmmakers with those directors working in the 60s and 70s who also had that desire to open up Japan to the outside, also against the backdrop of the American occupation in Japan, that also gave them the chance to open up a dialogue with foreign cultures and foreign filmmaking. And in the case of Tani's talk, I was also very curious because I know that Oshima Nagisa had a plan to make a film about the Japanese diaspora in Brazil and a particular movement that refused to believe that the war had ended. And so that there was a great interest in that kind of reaction of the Japanese outside of Japan into understanding what had happened and the fact that Japan had lost the war was almost inconceivable for many. And also there is also the Kazuo Hara case of the Emperor's Naked Army and the horrors of the war that reemerge through that approach, the experience that they had had in Guam. So my question is about these current filmmakers or more recent filmmakers and their relationship with the generation that came before and was trying to also go beyond the national borders of Japan.
Okay, thank you. So maybe, yeah, can Marcos, if I may, can you respond? Marcos?
Sorry. Thank you very much, Lucia, for your comments. Yeah, indeed, Hani Susumu engaged in also transnational productions. However, they are not documentary films. They were fiction films in which he tries to find exotic places to place Japanese characters. In a way, it's similar, but in a way, it's different from Haneda Sumiko's film, because what she made is transnational documentaries, and also Haneda Sumiko, it's much closer to her characters because she is part of that diaspora. She was herself born into that diaspora of the Japanese settlers. And yes, and the question of the generations. Well, pretty much Haneda Sumiko belongs to the same generation as Susumu Hani, because they both started their career at Iwanami Eiga. And I think she used or she takes these ideas that were developed in the 1950s about this new style in documentary films, but then she became independent filmmaker, and then she made other more artistic independent documentary films, which are completely different from what Hani Susumu was doing back in the 50s. And what I have presented is an example of what she has been doing in the latest part of her career. This is something that she hadn't explored before in the 50s, or so it's something really recent that she has made so this concern about memory is actually really recent. It's just in the last 10 years. And I am concerned about the time, so I'm going to stop it here to give way to Tani Sensei.
Okay, all right, thank you. And yeah, any questions for the Tani Sensei?
I have spent so much time, but just a word. But I don't really know the project of Oshima's project, so I don't talk about that. But in the case of Eastwood and Ahari, as I showed it in my presentation, they are interested in General Kuribayashi and Onoda as individuals. I don't think they wanted to show the Japanese system or Japanese history. They are just interested in some individuals, and that's the case. And maybe Oshima's case is different because he's always interested in the history and how react against the political power or something like that. So maybe Eastwood and Ahari, they are a little bit different. That's I can say.
Okay, thank you so much. And again, I also had questions I want to ask, but because we have limitation in time, so yeah, maybe we can talk about these things in the next session together. So I think we don't have break in between, so we want to move on to the second panel between national and transnational cinema in Europe. And I just wanted to remind all the presenters, the time is, I think, 25 minutes each person. And I will try to remind you, and I couldn't find the chat function, so may just interrupt orally and tell you like 3 more minutes or maybe 5 more minutes. But anyway, 25 minutes each presenters. So
the chat function is disabled. For
disabled,
some reason.
yeah. So so maybe I might.
I don't know why. I mean, at the beginning it was working.
Yeah. So yeah.
The reason seems to be the broadcast over YouTube. So they had to disable the chat because of that.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So maybe if I feel presenters going over, I may just interrupt orally. But yeah, we'll try not to do it. So if you could keep your time yourself. So I think, yeah, we will just move on to the second panel. And the first presenter is Professor Morita from Waseda University. And yeah, we would like to hear your presentation, Morita Sensei.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. So I'm going to share my PowerPoint with you. Right, can everybody see my slides? Right. Okay, so my presentation is about this British heritage film. The theoretical reformulations of national cinema began at the very end of 1980s, and in the UK, after a series of British film had a domestic and international success at box office and the film competitions. Such success certainly looked like a miracle because in early 1980s was the bleakest time for the British film. And with production dwindling to this record low, or major studios closing down, then this conservative government was slashing financial support. And the cinematic admission being reduced to the lowest. In spite of such a miserable situation, the three British films won the Oscar for the best film, and the films collected in the Palme d'Or and like Golden Bears. Though the output was small, the diversity in the kind of film was remarkable, from popular big budget epics to low budget but lively irresistible social comedy, and from art cinema to popular genre films. Also in the 1980s, and the formula of some traditional genre was revised and renovated. But one such genre is a costume drama to have been reborn as a heritage film. Hold on, I'm going to. Right, this Then the reason why the re-examinations of national cinema was initiated by British film theorists and historians. Regaining confidence in their cinema after the phenomenal success of British products, they may have found it an opportune time for the new identity of the British cinema to be found and for new idea of British national cinema to be constructed. Large cinematic nations such as the USA, France, India, and Japan were less concerned with an idea of national cinema because their cinema's nationality is crystal clear, and their specificity and identity are self-evident. However, for countries like in the UK, national cinema can be useful and an even desirable concept through which its uniqueness and specificity can be identified and validated. However, proponents of transnational cinema and the British national cinema were all aware of the danger of their concept can be linked to the nationalist ideology, such as each national community is bound by secure and shared identity and the sense of belonging. Admitting an idea of national cinema is an artificial elaboration presenting visions of united communities while minimizing or repressing ethnic, class, and regional differences and complexities. Film theorists have been trying to defend it as a useful critical concept. According to some, a national cinema can be as a means of promoting cultural differences in the world cinema market, which has been dominated by Hollywood products and an American capital. A different argument is national cinema does not have to be characterized as a preoccupation with ethnic, cultural, and linguistic national identity. It is because national cinema can project the specificity of national culture in a way which does not presume an homogeneous or pure national identity. In another place, Thomas Elsa tries to rescue an idea of national cinema by proposing to polarize it, because a single concept cannot possibly cover the entire corpus of films made in one nation state, or the viewing experiences of film audiences and the entirety of what the film denote and connote. He divides national cinema into two poles, official cinema and an unofficial cinema, and so reputable cinema and a disreputable cinema, around which films products, their consumptions and receptions are clustered together. Heritage films without that an official and reputable cinema, because it is mostly about middle and upper class characters set in gentrified parts of London and the lush English countryside, filmed in a well-crafted conservative cinematography made mainly for middle-class audiences. What is conspicuous in heritage film is, among others, inclusions of easily recognizable national institutions and monuments, such as famous colleges at Cambridge and Oxford, well-known country houses, old cathedral churches, steam railway, townhouses in Kensington and Mayfair, and Lombard shops and restaurants. Appearances in heritage film made this and some actors national icons. They include Emma Thompson, Helena Bonham Carter, Daniel Day-Lewis, and Jeremy Irons. Andrew Higson, who was probably the first person to call us British costumes dramas since the 1980s in heritage film, in fact, conceptualized it in order to denounce it. For him, heritage films are conservative in nature because they signify a continuity with the bourgeois past and the preservation with its old values and traditions. The past on display in heritage films is concerned only with middle and upper class Britain, and the values and traditions maintained in them as an exclusively male, provincial, and ethnocentric. Makers of the heritage film, according to Higginson, reconstruct the national past to present it on screen as acceptable and comfortable history and allow cinema audiences indulge in nostalgia. One of their cinematic strategy to audience not to notice such manipulations of history is to display it as a spectacle. Mise-en-scène is given priority over narrative so that the loving reconstructions of period details, spectacular location cinematography, and aesthetic visual effects create a fascinating but self-contained world. Heritage films, as one of the British national genres, shares the uniform worldview in imagining Great Britain as a knowable organic community. Like Raymond Williams' rural community, Great Britain in heritage film is a homogeneous and cohesive space where a single culture, language, and value system dominates. Everything is comprehensive. Everybody is secure in carefully structured social order. Issues such as class conflict, ethnic tension, and the gender and the sexual strife are sometimes taken up in heritage film, but they are presented being sanitized so that audiences take them as uncomfortable but tolerable features of stable social order or situation, which does not pose any real as a room with a view, and as Edwardian of an upper middle class Lucy, as a lady Lucy, goes to Florence, where she meets as a free-spirited English young man. In Where Angel Fear to Tread, and the widowed gentlewoman, Lilia visits an imaginary Tuscan hilltop town called Monteriano, where he meets the much younger Italian dentist Gino and marries him. Good part of the Wings of the Dove takes place in Venice, where an American millionaire Millie and an impoverished English woman Kate stay. Kate invites her lover Merton and lets him seduce dying Millie so that they may be able to inherit her fortune after her death. In the TV drama and the film versions of Brideshead Revisited, upper-class Catholic Sebastian and his college friend Charles traveled together to Venice for 2 weeks. British fascinations of Italian civilization has been prominent since the days of Romanticism. British writers and artists who lived in Italy were all delighted in Italian antique ruins, Renaissance Baroque wonders, glorious weather, and sublime landscape. However, they were totally disenchanted with modern Italy, which was struggling with poverty, decay, and industrial underdevelopment. Many British visitors and residents in Italy, in fact, made scathing comments about Italian modernity in their books, letters, and diaries, and their dislike and even hostility to it was as powerful as their adoration for Italian artistic legacy and the natural beauty. Ambivalent and ambiguous views toward Italy are faithfully repeated in heritage films. Jeremy Irons' Room with a View is set in stunningly beautiful Florence, the countryside near it. Ian Forster's novel on which the film is based is a satire on the restrictive and rigid rules and the conventions in English society and the emotional stiffness and the moral hypocrisy of English people, which is contrasted to the openness, honesty, and the simplicity of Italian people. Those films very closely follow Forster's novel. Italians are represented and unnecessarily coarse, aggressive, rude, and ignorant. the Italian guide at the Church of Santa Croce in Florence is, for instance, so insensitive. He insistently tries to take Lucy for the tour of the church, is also so overconfident in his broken English that he speaks like I very good speak English. This Italian guide was invented by screenwriter Luz Flava Javara for this film. The English women stared at women are stared at by Italian young men in the street, and Italian men are shown to be macho but emotionally immature. When Forster describes the bickering of the two young Italians at the Piazza Signoria, he simply writes, I quote, one of them hit lightly upon the chest, unquote. But in the film, the fight scene is generally expanded and the bloodshed is graphically shown. On the way to the picnic in Fiesole, Italian driver of the coach amorously flirted with his girlfriend, showing Italians are shameless in being sexually intimate in public places. Charles Sturridge's TV film, Bright Revisited, was an adaptation of Evelyn Waugh's fiction and scripted by John Mortimer. His adaptation is faithful to his source, and he frequently borrows from the novel passage without changing much. Sebastian's Catholic father living in a large Venetian palazzo. Sebastian and Charles spend 2 blissful weeks there. Their happy experiences are summarized in one scene by Charles' voiceover against the picturesque images of the city. I quote, every morning after breakfast, Sebastian, Carla, and I would leave the palace by the street door and wander through the maze of bridges, squares, and alleys to Florian's for coffee, and then watched the crowds crossing and recrossing under the Campanile. I was drowning in honey, stingless. In this TV film too, modern Italy is represented as a Southern European backwater. Sebastian and Charles arrive in the palazzo to be met by the English butler. The English butler tries to take Sebastian and Charles to the bathroom for a wash, only to find boilers making large, strange noise and then spewing columns of smoke. He tells them, quote, it's Venetian plumbing, it's not to be trusted, unquote. Even the Venetian nobleman doesn't escape from demeaning descriptions. Sebastian and Charles are taken around Venice for sightseeing by an aristocrat, but this well-dressed and perfect guide is condescendingly described by Carla, the mistress of Sebastian's father, as, I quote, an extraordinary little man, by Charles as Carla's little Venetian nobleman. As Evelyn Waugh describes him as a midget, Mortimer at least show more courtesy to the Italian aristocrat. Charles Sturridge started his directorial career with a British TV soap opera, Coronation Street, in 1978, when he made an Where Angels Fear to Tread. He entrusted the film script to Tim Sullivan and Derek Granger, Where Angels Fear to Tread, on which the film is based, is a satirical novel, characters and somewhat caricaturized, and the contrast between English and Italian customs, culture, and values is exaggerated. But the two countries and the people are at least compared equitably and fairly. The major problem with the film script is the Italian characters, settings, and events are not described from the viewpoint of Italians. They are something to be looked at, observed, and analyzed. The result is satirizations of English manners and the behavior is more nuanced, whereas the depiction of Italian customs and characters is superficial and often stereotypical. To national differences by saying, quote, I quote, generations of ancestors, good, bad, or indifferent, forbade the Latin man to be chivalrous to the northern woman, the northern woman to forgive the Latin man, unquote. In the film version, Gino is not only misogynistic and adulterous, but also extremely brutal and violent, breaking the plates and then kicking furniture from his anger, actually hitting Lydia when she disobeys him. Lydia, in contrast, is simply a victim of the exploitation and the abuse of Italian men, whom we understand the end. Venice is full of festivals, but Carnival is the best-known event, attracting every year hundreds of thousands of tourists. Carnivals celebrated pageantries, spectacles, and masquerade balls, but was once a time for license and pleasure. The reputations of Venice as a city of pleasure and lust is also enhanced by Giacomo Casanova and the active prostitution trade since the medieval time. The most conspicuous departure of Ian Softley's The Wings of the Dove from Henry James' novel is an inclusion of carnival sequence in which Millie kisses Merton for the first time, watching it Kate snatches him for lovemaking in a dark alleyway. It is obviously the carnival mood that sexually arouse the female characters. Throughout the film, Venice is represented almost as Oriental city for artistic and cultural exoticism and sexual orientation. Softly comments on this in an interview, I quote, Venice at the turn of the century was on the extreme of European culture. It was multi-ethnic with a lot of Arabs, African and the Gypsy influence. There would have been the Casbah-style markets, and there are the labyrinths of the canal and the system, unquote. Venetian Carnival is a stage for lovemaking in many films, and Julian Jarreau's diluted the filmed versions of Brideshead Revisited too makes a love scene take place in the middle of the carnival. Charles starts following Julia, Sebastian's sister, and has a passionate kiss in a deserted passageway. In the novel, however, no mention is made about carnival, and Julia isn't even not in Venice. 2008 BBC Little Dorrit was scripted by Andrew Davies, who was also responsible for the screenplay of Jarreau's Brideshead Revisited. Davies is a very experienced and a successful screenwriter, but has a penchant to make English literary classics into racier dramas, just like he did in the adaptations of Brideshead Revisited. In an earlier scene, Mr. Migos complains in the boat returning to England about his being quarantined in Marseille, though he came on board only in Venice. Mr. Clement responds, I quote, there is not a good reason except we travel from East. East is a country of the plague, unquote. For British imagination, Venice could be East or a half East because of its Byzantine legacies and its geographical position as a gateway to East for Oriental trade. For people like Dickens and other British writers, Italy, that is east of Ventimiglia, is an exotic eastern territory. Thus, Dickens writes about Genoa in his travelogue. It is I quote, an enchanted place in an Eastern story, unquote. It is not accurate to call the British imagining of Italy in heritage films Orientalist. So that I like to call it instead Meridionalism. I coined it from Italian words meridione and mezzogiorno, which signifies impoverished backward agricultural regions in southern Italy. Thus, in Southern Europe to Northern Europeans is what Italian South is to Northern Italians, and Italy is to British is what Meridione and Mezzogiorno are to Northern Italians. Such traditional concept of the Southern Europe, particularly Italy, became prominent since the 19th century when Great Britain emerged as the most advanced industrial nation and the great colonial power. The same conception is carried over into heritage films as we have been examining. Heritage films as a national genre occupies the central positions of modern British national cinema. Meridionalist conceptions of Italy and Italian is shared in heritage films, and it forms a part of the worldview commonly found in British national genre and national cinema. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Morita. And yeah, exact timing, and yeah, maybe even just a little bit early. So yeah, thanks for keeping time. And yeah, I just want to move on to the second presentation. So we have time for quick Q&A. And the second presenter is Professor CARMO PIÇARRA from ICNOVA. Can you begin?
Thank you. Hi to everyone. It is a real pleasure to be here today. I wanted to start by making an explanation. My presentation is not theoretical, it's more historical, and I explain why. In fact, in Portugal, Portuguese film history was mostly written by Félix Ribeiro, a person that was working with Portuguese dictatorship for many, many years. And even after the restoration of democracy in Portugal, and for many decades, Félix Ribeiro kept being the main author about Portuguese film history. And even now, the main screening room of Cinemateca Portuguesa, it has its name. So we have this very difficult problem with about telling our own cinema history. And for the last years, I, not alone, of course, with some other people like Paulo Cunha and Tiago Batista, have been working, digging the archives and trying to rewrite another Portuguese film history. So I'm going to present you some of the discoveries I made during this project. I'm going to try to share here my presentation, but let me see. Okay. So I'm not going to put it on full, as someone was asking before, because sometimes it's not easy to go on with the presentation of the film. So in Portugal, the state's propagandistic use of cinema became systematic when a military dictatorship established in 1926 gave rise to Estado Novo, a nationalist regime that lasted until 1974. The use of cinema was carried out through the allocation of funds to propaganda film and the support of nationalist productions in accordance to what was called politics of the spirit, conceived by an intellectual, António Ferro, after the creation in 1933 of the Secretariat for National Propaganda, inspired by Nazi propaganda, transformed in 1944 into the National Secretariat for Information, Popular Culture and Tourism, SNI. During the years of the politics of the spirit, Ferro defended that the existence of nations rests on their economy, but that they also depend on the projection of their soul, the personality of their writers and artists. So, state propaganda films staged Salazar at his centerpiece, and while the statements would later adopt a more withdrawn posture, the first series of the propaganda state newsreels, Jornal Português, depicted several mass demonstrations in which the dictator took part. And I'm going to show you some images of Jornal Português, where you can see a special number with Salazar and a mass demonstration. Of course, it was an organized one. Oh, let me see if this works. Are you seeing the image moving on? Okay, thank you so much. So, until the end of World War II and even later, Salazar was filmed as the embodiment of the regime's values. He was in the fictional propaganda film My Revolution, directed by António Lopes Ribeiro, that became the regime's filmmaker, as Leni Riefenstahl was the regime's filmmaker in Nazi Germany. Salazar plays himself giving a speech in Braga in the commemoration of the May Revolution. And this is the filming. You can see António Lopes Ribeiro filming Salazar, which stands at the veranda. So Salazar was no cinephile, and it was fact that convinced him to fund propaganda cinema. Given the non-existence of a film industry in Portugal, national film production remained irregular during the dictatorship. But a specific set of circumstances led to a commercial and political investment in the production of nationalist cinema. Until 1944, these films' works were either in a popular mold. Internally, the Portuguese-styled comedies played a key role in the representation of the order that the Estado Novo aimed to uphold, or in an historical and nationalist mold for international presentation. Other films like Camões, for instance, the film about the homonymous poet, that was the first film that Portugal took to Cannes Festival. So there were also the propaganda films, two fiction films, one May Revolution that was presented in 1938, and Empire's Spell, a film from 1940, and a few hundred documentaries about organized mass demonstrations in appreciation of the dictatorship, military parades, works undertaken by the regime, the colonies, or anti-communist rallies. And this is very important because in 1936, the Spanish Civil War had started, and that was really something very important to fight against for the Salazar regime. So politically, within the implementation of Ferre's cultural policy, the support for propaganda documentaries and the creation of the itinerant people's cinema that was programmed by Felix Ribeiro, the historian I told you about, testify to an unequivocal commitment to the use of cinema as a means of projecting what is to be Portuguese. And this way of conceiving the way Portuguese people are still lost even in Portuguese contemporary filmmaking. So SPN SNI published a report, 14 Years of Politics of the Spirit, where this organism states, aware of the increasingly central role cinema plays in the cultural life of each country, in the education of peoples, and in their international prestige, SNI has consistently sought to defend and value national cinema. It was in its spirit that the institution produced a feature film, May Revolution, and over 70 documentaries, among them the two films that registered the presidential visits to Africa, a film covering the Portuguese World Exhibition, and another on Cardinal Cerejeira's visit to Africa. It also lent its support to two feature films that exalted national topics, à la Ribe and Camões. Furthermore, it has produced since 1938, and with no interruptions, Jornal Português, the only newsreel produced in Portugal. On the other hand, since 1937, SNI has operated itinerant cinemas, which over its 10-year period has performed 2,500 screenings with a total of 2 million viewers and with more than 2,000 speakers. So after and through law number 2027 in 1948, which created the Cinema Fund, the Estado Novo framed its support to cinema within the ideological matrix defined by FAO's cultural policy. To merit the state support, films had to be, and I quote, representative of the Portuguese spirit, embodying the psychology, the costumes, the traditions, the history, or the collective soul of the people, drawing inspiration from the major themes of universal life and culture. This obviously constrains cinematic production, pressuring directors to approach themes that could earn funding by the state. So SPN also created People's Cinema, Cinema do Povo, that was directed by Felix Ribeiro as an apparatus for the projection of the state values and propaganda. This dispositive, this apparatus, presented propaganda films and order films. So Cinema do Povo first screening took place in the Retail Workers' National Union on February 1935 and was presented by FER itself. Over the first 2 years, it operated only in Lisbon. Let me show you some images. This is a screening in a very popular place in Lisbon, still is a popular neighborhood today, Moraria, and you can see all the people that gathered to see the films. So let me see. So open air screenings took place in the summer in large squares like Terreiro do Passo or poor popular neighborhoods, and in winter in union schools and military barracks. The breaking out of the Spanish Civil War and the subsequent desire by Estado Novo to mount a strong anti-communist propaganda effort framed the programming of the Cinema Novo, which from 1937 was baptized itinerant popular cinema. The powerful itinerant cinema device created by the Nazis served as an inspiration for the Portuguese one, which had a significant impact despite comparatively meager resources. On May 37, the SPN Sud director, Essa Queiroz, wrote to the German ambassador in Lisbon asking for propaganda films to be included in the itinerant cinema screenings. And I quote, "It goes without saying that these documentaries, even if they are not propaganda material of your country, can be included as means of propaganda for a doctrine and a system. Portuguese subtitles will explain the documentary's intentions and will show that only strong states and authoritarian regimes are able to perform great works and face up to great problems." So let me present a little bit of a film that is called Anti-Communist Realist. So I can speak while the film has no sound, so I'm going to keep speaking. So the crews traveled in 2 trucks equipped with material for itinerant projection. According to the SPN's internal documents, and I quote, SPN's itinerant cinemas offered daily propaganda screenings, mostly in small towns, villages, or places whose population, for the most part, had never seen cinema. So sorry, because this is all in Portuguese and you cannot understand. Let me put this. I think I have. So this is some of the people are holding flags saying die the communist that destroys the country and destroys the family and destroys the peace and destroys the home. So the projections of this cinema device included political indoctrination by guest speakers, functioning as a device of conversion of the masses. So the politics of spirit does fulfill this educational mission, and cinema took on the role of a governing instrument. Complementary propaganda films such as May Revolution or Empire Spells showed communists as anti-nationalist traitors. The use of little known actors which produced a realistic effect, and the narrative devices of the fascist film Camissionera inspired May Revolution. The film registers the conversion of Cesar Valente, just returned from exile in the Baltic, to lead the communist revolution. However, his passion for Maria Clara, a devout Catholic and a fervent supporter of Salazar and the regime, alongside his recognition of the country's economic and social changes, convert Valente, who becomes a supporter of Estado Novo. The director, Lopes Ribeiro, which was allowed to travel to Germany and where he met Fritz Lang, and also traveled to USSR, where he met Eisenstein and he met Vertov, also borrows explicitly from Soviet cinema, employing newsreels within the film, as Vertov had done, and he told that in his interviews. The German influence was never expressly mentioned, but documents I discovered in the main archives here in Lisbon disclose its importance. Essa de Queiroz, the sub-director I told you about, wrote to a producer in Berlin on February 1936 to hire a German director of photography. It could be either Albert Benitz or Heimar Kunz. They both had shot The Prodigal Son, a film directed by Louis Stranker, a former actor of mountain films with Leni Riefenstahl. And as Leni Riefenstahl, he also became a Nazi supporter and one of the regime's filmmaker. So this film, directed by Louis Strankler, was widely used by Nazi propaganda for its empathic nationalist elements. Even though none of these cameramen would come to work on May Revolution, the thematic influence of The Prodigal Son over the Portuguese film is not coincidental. In both films, we find a hero that initially repudiates its country in the grip of a demeaning fascinating with other political ideologies, in the German case, a fascination with American capitalism, in the Portuguese one with the Soviet Revolution and communists. So this was one of the films that were presented by the itinerant cinemas. In 1938, 10 years after a first effort to showcase the Portuguese African colonies to the world, the scenographic mission took place. It was headed by a military officer and writer known as Carlos Selvagem. The name translates as Wild Carlos, and people say he was kind of a mestizo. And with Lopes Ribeiro, the regime's filmmaker, as his technical director. The transition from silent to sound cinema lends some urgency to the venture. The cinematographic mission traveled 35,000 kilometers, visited the 5 Portuguese African colonies, and above all, shot 47,000 meters on film. Directed by Lopes Ribeiro, the resultant documentary would premiere through the 40s. So within the scope of the exhibition of the Portuguese world, organized in Lisbon in 1940, priority was given to the premiere of another film that benefited from the cinematographic mission shooting, Empire Spell, that was also presented at the itinerant cinemas. Despite the unpopularity of May Revolution, the Ministry of the Colonies promoted the making of this other fictional propaganda film, and the film tells the story of Luso-descendant Luís Moraes living in the United States, who is about to be married and plans to apply for American citizenship. His father convinces him not to do so without first getting to know Portugal. Having arrived in Lisbon, he feels quite bored. Only after a long, adventurous journey to the colonies, where he falls in love with Mariazinha, does he surrender to the spell of the empire. The film is essentially a celebration of the supposed grandeur of Portuguese colonialism, framed as being grounded in tolerance. So, and these two films show that Estado Novo was as much anti-communist as anti-capitalism. And this film was made in a very particularly context when, during the beginning of World War II, the Portuguese islands of Açores were at risk of being taken and occupied by the Americans. So Ferro was the head of SPN-SNI until 1949, and while he was at the helm of regime's propaganda, the politics of the spirit framed film art supported by the regime. These occurred mainly through the works that benefited from the state support, but also through censorship. In 1944, the institution changed its title from SPN to SNI and slightly redefined its range of competences. Prior censorship, as it was called, now fell under its remit. In cinema, censorship meant either the integral prohibition of a film or the imposition of cuts. Censors followed guidelines that instructed them to cut any references to mass movements, any unpatriotic references to colonial war that started in 1961, to pacifist ideas, to sexuality, and to questioning of religious or to family values. Age ratings and the prohibition of dubbing of foreign films also served to create obstacles for the transmission of ideas and exposure to certain forms of behavior for less literate audiences. The outcome of World War II changed the international balance of power. New countries emerged in the wake of successful liberation movements across various African and Asian territories. After the end of the politics of the spirit, both the cinematographic colonial propaganda and the prohibition of retro films, whose gaze deviated from the image condoned by the regime, continued and was widespread until the beginning of the democratic regime on April 74. But since 1926 until 74, the mutations in the colonial discourse reflected on cinema, either in propaganda productions or in independent films. And I want to present you the case of Catem that I worked 10 years ago. So I question, can the forbidden images help us understand how Estado Novo imposed a representation of the so-called Portuguese way of being in the world, an expression that propaganda films used to use? How did the cinema know filmmakers that emerged during the 50s and the 60s challenge this representation? So I'm going to speak about Faria Almeida Catem and this disruptive case. And I'm quoting now Faria Almeida. The idea people had of Mozambique in the metropolis was that of Black people holding flags in their hands and making way for the president all dressed in white. No one knew how people lived there, what people lived there, what they thought, how they amused themselves, what their concerns were. And that was what I wanted to show. And I thought the authorities had understood my intention. Faria Almeida was a settler. He was born in Lourenço Marques, Mozambique in 1944. And he got a scholarship from the propaganda to study cinema at the London School of Film Technique, where he was the best student ever until that point. And in 1964, after his return from England, he got a support from the Cinema Fund, the State Cinema Fund, to film Catem, a fictional documentary about the daily life in the capital of Mozambique. So I'm not going to have time to present you the clips because I don't want to make us to lose time. So Catem presentation to the Cinema Fund presents the film like this, essentially a poetic film with little dialogue where the beauty of Lourenço Marques stands out, either rich or poor, happy or sad, and the communion of Portugueseness among Black and white is showed in each image, each detail, but never approaching propaganda. We guarantee that Portugueseness will appear clearly in the entire film, but we won't make of the film, which is poetic and true, a pamphlet, and consequently useless and prejudicial to national reality. So, the Pedro Banha da Silva, the Overseas General Agency official, was called to evaluate the film. And he says the theme of racial mixing, frankly, is wrongly exploited. One cannot say there are for this proposed convenient images, but the chance of showing convenient images, although very easy to collect, is not taken. We notice the following aspects to be of some inconvenience: the contrast of the Sunday, where leisure or pleasures of white people are shown, and Monday, which begins by showing mainly the work of Black people, is given with excessive clarity. The excessive clarity of that contrast might be softened by a simple change of montage that the producer declares himself willing to make. So, CATEM, I must say, it's not severe in criticizing Portuguese colonialism. Being supported by the State Cinema Fund, the liberty of creation of the filmmaker was quite restricted. But when the Overseas General Agency was called to approve the first version of the film, 103 cuts were made. 19 minutes of the film were destroyed. The filmmaker, Farida Almeida, accepted to make a second version of CATEM. And as the cuts imposed affected the meaning of entire sequences, Farida Almeida had to make all the fictional part of the film disappear. So the first version of the film was 87 minutes and the second version only 45. And yet, the second version was forbidden by the censorship organism itself. So the previous one was the Overseas General Agency, and this one was by the propaganda organism. So the film entered the Guinness Book of Records as the film with most censored cuts in the history of cinema. And I leave you with some statements and a question. The statement is by João Mário Grilo, a Portuguese filmmaker and a film professor. He says, each humanity will have therefore the cinema and the history it deserves. And that's why the role of analysis becomes so fundamental, to replenish how people saw what they saw with the conscious look of the time it was seen. Because after all, this gaze is what is deposited in the film camps. So I leave you with this question. What knowledge of the Portuguese identity can we gain analyzing films and studying the censorship criteria? And again, another idea by Georges Dubelman, film cuts are survivors that capture time and space glimpses that now, and he quotes Walter Benjamin, flash their final farewell. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Maria, for again another very interesting presentation and with very rare clips. And yeah, I think we want to move on, and we'll have quick Q&A at the end. Okay, thank you again. So now we have Professor LÚCIA NAGIB from University of Reading, please.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thanks very much for having me today. Let me start by sharing my screen here. Just move it to the top. Okay. Just myself. Yes, so my talk is titled Realist Cinema as Transnational Cinema. I start by saying that it is somewhat surprising that the opposition between national and transnational cinemas should still be relevant today. The subject attracted a lot of attention in the turn of the millennium, when scholars felt it necessary to rethink the concept of cinema in the face of a rapidly globalizing world. At that point, embracing the transnational, sorry about that, so go back to full screen here. At that point, embracing the transnational meant to reject the nationalist approach, viewed as an essentialist project attached to nefarious notions of racial purity, heteronormativity, and cultural superiority, which, as history had proved, could only lead to injustice and catastrophic wars. This did not mean, however, to ignore revolutionary film currents, such as the third cinema movements of the 1960s and 70s, for whom the National Project was a means of resistance to Hollywood imperialism, as Guy and Bell had put it in his combative work, National Cinemas Against Hollywood, back in 1976. By the early 2000s, however, there was a sense that such projects had achieved their historical aims and needed to move forward towards closing ranks with movements of resistance beyond national borders. Theoretically, a transnational film is the one funded by a pool of international producers. But this is not exactly what it's usually meant by being transnational. Conceptualizations of transnational cinema have tended to play up its roles as a democratic endeavor situated in radical, unfixed spaces. However, together with the drive to stave off nationalist stances comes the danger of erasure of local and regional traditions, which are themselves locales of resistance to global capitalism. This is why, for scholars such as Gunaratne and Disanayake, third cinema proposals are still relevant today. Processes of nation building are cyclical and become particularly urgent when the nation is under threat. Studies of cinemas of small nations, as carried out by Hjort and Petrie, for example, demonstrate how important it is to emphasize the borders of the nation when it comes, for example, to places like Scotland, that has a fraught relationship with England or Bulgaria or Finland or Taiwan, whose bigger neighbors project a shadow on their claim for a distinctive national identity. Rather than continuing to dwell on the national-transnational dilemma, however, I propose in this paper to shift the focus to the more substantive concept of realist cinema as a privileged signifier of world cinema's connectivity beyond regional and national borders. The idea that realism could serve as the common denominator across the vast range of productions usually labeled as world cinema is widespread and seemingly uncontroversial. Thomas Elsasser, for example, states, and I quote, European art cinema, European art and auteur cinema, and by extension, world cinema, has always defined itself against Hollywood on the basis of its greater realism. End of quote. The potted history contained in this formula suggests that world cinema started in Europe, more precisely with Italian neorealism in the 1940s, which on the basis of a documentary approach to the real, offered fertile ground for the development of art and auteur cinema. As we know, the raw aesthetics and revelatory power of this foundational movement inspired a flurry of subsequent realist schools in the world, such as Indian independent cinema in the 1950s, Brazilian cinema novo in the 1960s, African post-independent cinemas in the 1970s, the new Iranian cinema in the 1980s, Danish dogma in the 1990s, and many other new waves and new cinemas remaining influential up to this day. Neorealism was also a touchstone of André Bazin's concept of cinematic realism, the world's most foundational and enduring film theory ever written. Most importantly to my own approach, Bazin was the first to locate realism at the point of production by extolling in neorealism the regular use of real locations, non-professional actors, as well as actors stripped of their acting personas, and the combination of long takes and long shots that preserve the space-time integrity of the pro-filmic event. Though rejecting Bazin's evolutionist vision, as well as Elsasser's Eurocentric approach to film history, I argue that an ethics of the real has bound world films together across history and geography at cinema's most creative peaks. Like Bazin, I shall locate cinematic realism in the way films are made rather than on their modes of reception and spectatorship. In so doing, I hope to demonstrate that realism is timeless and capable of producing a world of interconnected cinemas. Let me start by giving a brief explanation of my theoretical stance. An important part of my career has been devoted to conceptualizing world cinema positively. Despite its all-encompassing democratic vocation, the term world cinema is not usually employed to mean cinema worldwide. On the contrary, the usual way of defining it is restricted and negative as the non-Hollywood cinema. However, instead of looking at world cinema as the opposite of Hollywood or commercial cinema, I have favored a democratic and inclusive approach which defines world cinema as a polycentric phenomenon with peaks of creation in different places and periods. My conceptualization of these creative peaks is partly tributary to Dudley Andrews' famous Atlas of World Cinema, which conceives of film history in terms of waves which roll through adjacent cultures. Andrew cites as an example the French New Wave, which buoyed French film in 1959 and rolled around the world, affecting in different ways and under dissimilar circumstances the cinema lives of Britain, Japan, Cuba, Brazil, Argentina, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Hungary, and later Taiwan. To approach world cinema through its waves is all the more attractive for the fact that waves have peaks in different places and times. As regards the French New Wave, for example, one could see a previous crest of a wave a little earlier in the mid-1950s with the films focusing on the so-called Sun Tribe, or Taiyo-zoku in Japan, which had a decisive influence on Truffaut. One could also look at the new German cinema of the 1960s and 70s in relation to how it re-elaborated elements of Brazilian cinema novo, which had started a few years before. Thinking cinema according to its creative peaks thus allows us to blur all orders of hierarchy and primacy. The idea of an atlas to understand planetary phenomena in turn is multifunctional and cross-disciplinary. Andrew draws his own atlas from Franco Moretti's study of world literature as an imperial project. Giuliana Bruno is another scholar who resorted to the atlas metaphor by devising an atlas of emotion that interconnects artistic phenomena worldwide. Very recently, I was struck by the idea of a feral atlas, a collective project led by anthropologist Anna Tsing, which demonstrates how non-human species, as well as non-living things, make it possible to be human, that is, how human and non-human histories are inextricably intertwined. If you haven't visited this wonderful website, I'm giving it here for you, Feral Atlas. It's really one of the best websites I've ever seen. I really strongly recommend. So So instead of waves or peaks, the Faroe Atlas is made of patches, which replace the idea of enclosed territories with cascading chains of effects. This is best exemplified by the simple fact that improving environmental conditions in some countries worsens conditions in other countries. This image you can see here, for example, shows how human action in urban parts of the globe ends up killing wildlife elsewhere. In this example, Chris Jordan's film Albatross, one of many short films contained in the project's website, documents albatross chicks dying as a result of being fed plastic, tragically mistaken for food by their parents on the tiny Pacific island of Midway. I don't know if you can make the form of the albatross here. You can see the beak on the top and then the belly that exposes all the plastic that this poor bird has eaten. The fascinating horror of this image owes its power to its incontestable proof of reality and gives me the opportunity to return to the topic of realism as the link across world cinema's creative peaks. In my 2011 book, World Cinema and the Ethics of Realism, I have looked, for example, at the runner on foot as a recurrent trope in cinematic new waves and new cinemas, which allowed me to bring together and analyze films as diverse as the French Nouvelle Vague foundational film, The 400 Blows by François Truffaut, 1959, Brazil's Cinema Novo milestone, Black God, White Devil by Glauber Rocha, 1964, the landmark in sub-Saharan filmmaking, Yaba by Idrissa Ouedraogo, 1989, from Burkina Faso, and closer to our day, the first Inuit feature film ever made, Atana Djwat, The Fast Runner, Zacharias Kunuk, 2001, whose very title celebrates the runner on foot. Stemming from entirely disparate historical moments, cultures, and locations, these films arrive at a surprisingly similar presentational solution for key moments in the plot, namely the protagonist's protracted act of running on foot. Performed in reality in vast wintry landscapes, burning deserts, or Arctic sea ice, these races impose their own narrative, one which relates to the characters recognizing, experiencing, demarcating, and taking possession of a territory, and in so doing, defining a people and its culture. All these films had as a sine qua non condition to be shot on real locations, which are presented to the spectator as a signifier of cultural resistance and national or regional identity. They are also eloquent illustrations of what I have termed realism as mode of production, which relies heavily on the physical engagement on the part of crew and cast with the pro-filmic event, the near identity between the cast and their roles, real location shooting, and the audiovisual medium's inherent indexical property. In films resulting from this mode of production, the illusionistic fictional thread, if it exists, interweaves with documentary footage and/or approach, as well as with crew and cast's direct interference with the historical world, aimed at producing as well as reproducing social and historical reality. There is a baffling amount of spontaneous convergence across all these films, but they are also the result of the propagation of waves, that is, of citations, that establish a productive dialogue across them. Horsch's Black God, White Devil, for example, openly cites and politicizes Truffaut's The 400 Blows by replacing the innocent adolescent Antoine Doinel running towards the sea he had never seen with a poor peasant running through the desert in search of the revolutionary sea. An even more obvious example of how realism lies at the heart of world cinema's creative peaks is the trope of the bicycle, the leitmotif of the foundational neo-realist film Bicycle Thieves by Vittorio De Sica, 1948. In its simplicity as a purely mechanical device powered by human exertion, the push bike became, thanks to this film, the ultimate symbol of the working class and by extension of independent art cinema. Accordingly, it has been replicated in films from all over the world, notably inaugural films of new waves and new cinemas. In Bicycle Thieves, the working class private hero is depicted in programmatic fashion as the realist counterpart of Hollywood's Dream Factory, as represented by the billboard of Rita Hayworth in Gilda, Charles Vidor, 1946, which Antonio Ricci, the poor cyclist, is in charge of putting up. Hollywood's glamorous stars and superheroes who find no peers in real life. Unlike these heroes, the ordinary private hero in Bicycle Thieves lives in a war-ravaged Italy full of poor men like him, in need of a modest push bike to make a living. He is a role model to no one but his own son, Bruno, through whose childish eyes the audience is invited to sympathize with him. And here we see Bruno proud of his father. Bruno, in turn, represents yet another common trope in independent world cinema, that of the child, which I will not have time to explore here. Suffice it, however, to mention that the same private father-son drama, entirely drawn from De Sica's film, characterizes a landmark of the 1980s new Iranian cinema, The Cyclist, by Mohsen Makhmalbaf, 1987. Here, an Afghan immigrant in Iran, in a desperate attempt to pay for a life-saving treatment for his wife, accepts to run in circles on a bike for 7 uninterrupted days. Despite the editing tricks and melodramatic music, realism as mode of production is here even more palpable, palpable than in Bicycle Thieves, thanks to the harsh location, profusion of poverty-stricken non-professional extras, and the precarious production of the film itself. Another remarkable reverberation of Bicycle Thieves can be seen much later in another corner of the globe in Beijing Bicycle by Wang Xiaoshuai, 2001, a notable representative of the Chinese sixth generation of independent filmmakers. Here, the theme of the bicycle combines with that of petty thieves, already present in De Sica's films, in the film by De Sica, whose drama and private heroism is in all comparable to that of the legitimate owner of the bike. Realism here, as elsewhere, serves the filmmaker to document the current issues of a city, a society, and a country. A last but none less important example of the liberating power of the bicycle can be found in Wajda, directed in 2012 by Haifa al-Mansour, Saudi Arabia's first ever filmmaker in the country. To evaluate Al-Mansour's feet, suffice it to note that not only film directors, female directors, but cinema as a whole was banned in Saudi Arabia until very recently. This makes Waseda all the more revealing of what life is like in that country and its capital, Riyadh, including the oppression of women and immigrants that goes in hand with the authoritarian use of religion. The desire to break free from this oppressive system is here represented by protagonist Wajeda's craving for a bicycle, whose use by women in that country is banned, but with which she endeavors to outcompete her male counterparts, as you can see in this image here. Revelatory as it is of a national context, Wajeda is, however, not at all a national production. In fact, it would not have existed without the German backing, which also guaranteed international distribution of a film which could not be publicly exhibited in Saudi Arabia. This is, in fact, the fate of many national films that stand true to the reality of their nation. Because of its realist films, because of his realist films, Mahmoud was relentlessly persecuted in Iran and has lived in exile in Europe since 2005. Beijing Bicycle was prohibited in China for 4 years after its completion. These and many other similar cases demonstrate that a national cinema may have little in common with a nation's government or imposed ideology. But this is because they universally abide by an ethics of realism, which I define in tune with Alain Badiou as an active fidelity to the event of truth. A truth, says Badiou, is solely constituted by rupturing with the order which supports it, never as an effect of that order. By rejecting an order that obstructs the unpredictable event of truth, these filmmakers uncover a nation capable of transcending itself. Thank you very much. I'm finished. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Lucia, again for another very interesting presentation. And yeah, I think we have 10 minutes, 5 minutes behind the schedule, but still, yeah, we can have 10 minutes of Q&A. So anyone questions, if you can raise your hand, or you can just speak up if you want to, I think. Yeah, any questions or comments? Oh. Okay, yeah, I see hand from Waseda Brussels office. So if you can just speak up.
Okay. Hi, I'm Wafa Germani, and in fact, I have maybe a very naive question to Maria. I wanted to know why there was only one film historian for so many years in Portugal, and what happened. Anyway, I'm quite curious about this unique voice, and it's. Yeah, challenge now.
So let me tell you, well, it was because I was curious about that I actually done my PhD trying to understand the propaganda films and the ones that were forbidden. And there is a Portuguese philosopher, José Gil, that wrote a book, Portugal, the being afraid of exist, and he defends this idea that even after the democracy has arisen and been restored in Portugal, Portuguese people are still afraid of being of having opinions and right and to state things in the public space. And what happened here is that Félix Ribeiro, he was head of these itinerant cinemas, and then when the law of cinema created the Portuguese Cinematheque, he was the director of this institution. And after the democracy had arisen in Portugal, there was no for instance, the political police was not trialed, and people that it was kind of it was not this idea of Mandela of to forgive and to go ahead, but actually people that were part of the former dictatorship, even the police, were not judged, you know. And this person, Félix Ribeiro, he was a cinephile, and he was the director of the Cinemateca even after the democracy had arisen. And these films that were censored, like Catem, for many years were not screened because suddenly Portugal was very interested in the revolutionary processes and didn't want to look back. So we have this problem here of having someone that through two regimes was quite respected and published a book, a very big book, Facts and Figures of the Portuguese Film History. And for many years, people didn't have the archives available. Only with the new millennium, only after 2000, the archives of the dictatorship became available. And people like me started going to the archives and discovering the information. But what is happening also is that most of the knowledge is produced on theoretical terms, and most people are not very interested in going to the archives. I spent 10 years to write this book with information regarding the itinerant cinemas. And most part of the people don't have the time or the patience to go to digging into the archives. So for many years, Félix Ribeiro was kept as the main historian. There was another person, Luís Pina, which was also a director of the Cinemateca Portuguesa, but they wrote the same things because they were part of the regime and they didn't want to rewrite a new history after the arrival of democracy.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right, yeah, thanks both. And yeah, I see Mike Thomas.
Hey everybody, hi from London. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to ask two questions. I had one for Professor MORITA, and I was just wondering, I was fascinated by your idea of the heritage films in Britain, and I wondered if you thought there was a relationship also with this fixation with Shakespeare and Shakespearean theatre and theatre culture, and also those settings in Italy. I just wondered if you had any reflections or thoughts on that and how cinema and theatre may also relate to one another. And then my second question was for Lucia, and just also just because it was such a fascinating talk, I just wondered about the relationship between realism and melodrama, and how melodrama seems to be popping up in commercial industries in different contexts throughout the world. And if there was a relationship between this idea of the highbrow and lowbrow and art and emotions and kind of philosophizing. I don't know, they were just thoughts that came to my head, so I just thought I'd ask them. So thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, Mike. So yeah, first Morita Sensei and then Lucia, if you could respond.
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas. Question. My paper today, I need to also talk about the national cinema and the British national cinema. And then it's those, I try to trace why I was so concerned with an idea, particularly in this, the end of 1980s and the early 1990s. So concerned with national cinema or British national cinema. It's because you talk about some British theatre, Shakespeare and the long traditions in the British theatre. So probably maybe the British are not terribly concerned with what is the national British theatre. Some national theatre, that sort of thing. So I think it is really, of course, and I didn't have time to argue fully, but then of course, really, some reason particularly British film critics and historians and so really concerned with an idea of national cinema. It's really because of some, of course, unfortunately share some language with the American and also that it's a sort of a strong need and proof that's really some British in the film identity and so on. So that, but there's so it comes to the theater. It's a it's a very very different story because they probably don't have to worry about what is British. From the theater, of course, the British theater is really and Shakespeare and all this Shakespearean traditions and something like that. Does it make sense? So that, I think that's in general, the British and the critics and the theorists and they made enormous contribution to the development. That's this an idea of national cinema, and then also the transnational cinema as well.
Okay, yes, thank you, Morita Sensei. And Lucia, can you respond?
Yeah, that is a fascinating question because obviously neorealism would not have existed without melodrama. It's so much drenched in melodrama, and there is a beautiful article by Louis Bayman on melodrama in neorealism in a book I edited, Realism and the Audiovisual Media, which addresses precisely that. So the question emerges, how can realism as a mode of production combine with melodrama within the same film? Interestingly, in the late 40s, when neorealism ecloded in Italy, the sheer fact that they were showing real cities, even though most of the films were still shot in what had remained of the studios in Cinecittà and other studios, still the mere fact that there were shots in the streets showing poor people, showing poverty, showing real workers riding their bikes, was something that nobody had been allowed to see on the screen up until then, given the oppressive politics of the Axis that had dominated the most part of Europe up until then. So it was shocking to see that. So what was happening in those films was the use of representational devices and strategies together with presentational devices, which were combined in those films to give that kind of realist backing to the drama and utterly theatrical drama that was being played out on the screen, and very influenced by Hollywood, by the way. And obviously in those days, they didn't have the kind of equipment that would allow them to go into what would be at that point unimaginable realist ventures, like the film that we see, Atana Dwak, The Fast Runner, which is shot in a part of the Arctic Circle where no engines or motor vehicles had access to. So they had to go on a sledge pulled by dogs or even by men. And for example, follow that man who runs on foot completely naked on the sea ice for what we see is 7 minutes of edited stock, but the shooting took much longer than that. And you can imagine the exertion, not just the physical commitment that actor had to suffer in his own skin, but that would have been unimaginable in those days because the equipment was far too heavy and cumbersome to be taken to places like that. So obviously the degree of realism has increased as the technology improved, but also together with technology, special effects have also become more sophisticated, which can blend and change whatever presentational elements you get there. So it is a very long discussion, and but what matters for me and what I really insist on is the evidentiary indexical power of the film medium, which is always there. And if you have a picture of Boris Johnson drinking and having a party during the lockdown in England, this is a damning proof that he had been there, even if there might be some special effects there. So cinema continues to have, no matter what technology, that power of proof of reality, and that's what is the element I don't want to be erased in all the discourse about special effects, representation, theatricality, and melodrama in this case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lucia, and thanks for the questions. And I think, yeah, we are already behind the schedule. So, I see one hand from Waseda Brussels office, and maybe if you can make it, kind of quick question, that would be good. Maybe we can.
Yes, I will try.
Yeah.
I will try, but
good,
it's not very quick. But maybe
okay.
I will try to make it as short as possible. Maybe these are just two remarks, but I would like to have some reactions. So maybe I will tie in directly to Professor Nagib's very, very interesting contribution, and related to the former question on melodrama. I was wondering if you are familiar with the Dardennes films, Belgian film, The Kid with a Bike, Le Gamin au Vélo, because there you have a very interesting trope, which is actually a hybrid trope, because yes, he uses his bike all the time. It's somehow the alter ego, so it's his second nature, because he's an orphan child and he's lost, and he's trying to get affection from a father who has abandoned him, etc. But actually what the Dardennes do is that they mix the realist pattern with the melodramatic one, thanks to music, to a Beethoven quote. So it changes because it doesn't only exist through realism, because you are into the mental space of the kid every time the quote is used. So I was wondering if you had imagined the alternative of a hybrid trope, where you have both realism and melodrama, or controlled papers, or some kind of.
I'll try to be quick in my answer. The trope in itself is not realist. It's symbolic. It's entirely symbolic. And but the way that it's used in the film, and the way it is connected with bodily exertion, physicality of the actors, that in a very Gramscian way try to be that organic intellectual that does what the character does and buys into the cause of that drama, is what matters me. I mean, the Dardennes brothers are a kind of epitome of this kind of project that I just thank you very much for bringing them into this. And just to say, the trope of the bicycle, I read a thesis that collected films up until then, which used the trope of the bicycle, and they came up with more than 100 films that use this across the world. But the interesting thing is the resonance between movement and cinema too, and that's why it's so attractive. Because just the wheels of the bicycle are like the wheels of the old celluloid film, and cinema is dynamic by nature. That's why the runner on foot, the bicycle motif, and the car chase are typical of cinema and have been explored from the early years of cinema. So there is a lot to be talked about, for example, the motorbike and how important it is for the rebels without a cause to Japanese cinema, I remember a beautiful scene in Oshima's film, Crazy Tales of Youth, where the couple goes into the sea with their motorbike, imitating a little bit Godard's Pierrot le Fou, also driving with the car into the sea. So it is an endless kind of subject that we can explore. But the interesting thing is the physicality of what happens. And then obviously other devices, effects are added to that, including music, as you said. So thank you very much for your question.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much,
No,
both.
the other question is very, very brief to Professor Morita. I was wondering if the issue of Hollywood versus European cinema and the lavish set design, everything is not also related to the format, to series as opposed to full films. So how do you feel about the idea of having a difference between a feature film and a TV series, which has other constraints related to what you explained, the narrative structure and whatever?
Oh, Professor Morita, yeah, maybe a quick response, if you can.
Of course, probably this isn't how I think the European filmmakers, television and the feature film, try to also make distinctions, you know, because of their historical heritage. And then, of course, in America, it's a very short history and so on. So, and also this is at the same time, this now, this, you know, we are talking about the territory of transnational cinema, but there's of course in Hollywood and American filmmaker try to cash on or take advantage of those in the European you know, there's some legacies, and then the song. So that it's of course it's many British films even you know, so produced or that's financed by the leaders and American and the film companies and the Hollywood and the song. So I think it's a little bit complicated, but then of course this is how Europeans try to distinguish their cinema from the American cinema.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thanks. Yeah, so I know people have more questions and, you know, we want to spend more time, but because we are already behind the schedule. So January, I think we have like coffee break, right?
Yes, indeed, we have a coffee break. I propose 10-minute coffee break. For
okay,
everybody.
so so why don't we take 10 minutes? We are, I think, 10 minutes behind the schedule, but, you know, we'll manage at the end. So yeah, maybe coming back at I don't have
10 for 12.
Okay, all right, yeah. So 10. So what time can you announce in Belgium time?
11:50.
Okay, all right, 11:50, and in Japan, I think until 7:50. Yeah, so just coming back in 10 minutes. Okay, all right. Okay, yeah. So we'll come back in 10 minutes and begin the last session. All right, yeah. So see you in 10 minutes.
All right, so first of all, hello from London. Nice to see some old friends and then also to meet some people who I haven't met before. So thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm not with you in person in Brussels. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to give this presentation. About a decade ago, I wrote a piece called What is Transnational Cinema? Thinking from the Chinese situation. Today, I want to ask what has changed since then. 10 years ago, we were still at the height of globalization, and there was an idea that the nation state was gradually dissolving and the borders were becoming ever more porous. 10 years later, things are looking very different. The nation state is back in various forms, including China's newfound self-confidence, the election of Trump, and so on, the idea of putting America first, Brexit, retreat from the international stage in the case of some countries, and so on and so on. So what does all this mean for Chinese transnational cinema? 10 years ago, I argued that the experience of transnationalism was different in different places. that if we wanted to understand what transnational cinema meant, we needed to understand how it was experienced and discussed in different places. I noted that in Chinese film studies, some people had argued that because cinema came from overseas, Chinese cinema had always been transnational, and that therefore the idea of transnational cinema was too general to be of any critical use. I pushed back against that idea by observing and analyzing two phenomena. The first was the growth of cross-border Chinese film production involving filmmakers and producers from the People's Republic, Hong Kong, and Taiwan and elsewhere, all working together more and more frequently. 20 years earlier, in the 1980s, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and PRC cinema were quite separate. As a result of all the new links, people needed a new word for this new kind of transnational Chinese cinema. The term Chinese language cinemas, Huayu Dianying, became very commonly used to cover this growing transborder Chinese cinema. And second, 10 years ago, I also addressed the issue of globalization itself. And also following Anna Ching, who Lucia mentioned in a different relation a bit earlier, I argued for a distinction between the transnational and globalization. Ching sees the transnational as the bigger umbrella term that covers all sorts of border crossing activity, or in her terminology, transnational projects. She sees globalization as one particular kind of huge transnational project, namely the neoliberal corporate fantasy of one world market with smooth, unimpeded flows of trade. But she also argues that there are many other non-profit driven cross-border projects. So something like genre cinema in the Hollywood mode, including Chinese commercial cinema, would be the cinematic counterpart of globalization. Whereas art cinema and the festival circuit, and perhaps the vision of realism and world cinema that Lucia was talking about before the break, might be examples of non-market driven transnational projects that are outside globalization. So that was 10 years ago, maybe a little longer now, actually 11 years. What's happened since then? In the rest of this talk, I'd like to return to those two phenomena that I looked at 10 years ago and suggest that there have been important changes in both areas that affect China's experience of transnational cinema and Chinese transnational cinema. And I'm going to propose the term cinemas of the Sinosphere as an idea to encompass these changes, but in two different senses. So I mean Sinosphere as two different things. First, it refers to the growth of Chinese cinema beyond Chinese language cinema. And so it would be a term that replaces Chinese language cinema. And second, it refers to the cinematic impact of Chinese globalization, both in general and more specifically in the cinema. So first, let's turn to Chinese language cinema. As I suggested earlier, that term became popular as a response to the emergence of a lot of transborder Chinese filmmaking since the 1990s. There have been challenges to that. She Shumei's concept of the Sinophone is one example. She was initially inspired by the idea of the Francophone as a way of drawing attention to the spread of Chinese culture and the people outside the mainland of China itself as the result of China's own centuries-old status as an empire. In other words, where Chinese language cinemas was simply an attempt to be inclusive, Sinophone has a particular point to make about power and its operations. Furthermore, following the model of the Francophone, Sinophone in its initial formulations excluded China itself. Now, this then created a whole sort of storm of argument And I don't want to go over all that, but the arguments can be summed up perhaps by Xiaoning point that China is not France. In other words, China might have a history as an empire, but that empire formed in very different ways from the French one. Nevertheless, I think Sinophone is quite specific in its focus on China's history as an empire. It's not an umbrella term. It's not a maximal term like Chinese language cinemas was supposed to be. Meanwhile, if our intention is still to have an inclusive term, a maximal term that defines Chinese cinema, in order to encompass all its transnational dimensions, it has also become clear that neither Chinese language cinemas nor Sinophone is adequate. And this inadequacy is because some high-profile productions have drawn our attention to the fact that not all the films that need to be included in a maximal definition of Chinese cinema are made in Chinese languages. And here's some examples. The emergence of a Tibetan new wave of art cinema, spearheaded by the director Pema Tsedan, who's a still from whose film Talor is at the bottom left of your screen. In Talor, apart from the opening scene in which the lead character chants a sort of memorized Mao quotation, the rest of the film is completely in Tibetan. And when Chinese does emerge in this film and the other films of the Tibetan New Wave, it's always as a second language and rather briefly. Then something like the box office success of Crazy Rich Asians has brought up the issue of non-Chinese languages in another way. Already in 2001, Ian Ng brought up the issue of being diasporic Chinese and not speaking Chinese to say, does that mean I'm not Chinese? So we become aware that films made, for example, largely in English, like Crazy Rich Asians, are certainly American, but also perhaps Chinese in a certain sense. You could even raise a film like Nomadland. It's certainly an American production with American content, but because its director is Chloe Zhao, could it also be understood as a Chinese interpretation of America? Both Gina Marchetti and Zhu Ying have argued in separate articles for looking at the kind of intertextual connections that can raise that up. But one of the points I want to make is that it's no longer an either-or world where a film is either Chinese or American, but it could be both. And finally, perhaps the example of Taiwanese films in indigenous Taiwanese languages that are not Sinitic in any way at all. Okay, so now let me move to the second area of change over the last 10 years, which involves issues of globalization. I began this talk by saying that there'd been a rollback away from taking globalization for granted. And furthermore, there's now a lot of talk about a new Cold War, and after the last couple of days, a new hot war, I might add. I don't know if a new Cold War is really emerging, although it seems more and more likely. But what is clear is that globalization as something general has disappeared. And I believe we have now at least two projects of globalization. One is the old neoliberal idea of removing trade barriers and so on. But even if Joe Biden has questioned that ideology, the old neoliberal globalization, insofar as it continues, is now marked very clearly as American globalization. The other globalization project is Chinese globalization, otherwise known as the Belt and Road Initiative, or a system of trading links with China at the center. And this leads me to my second sense of cinemas of the Sinosphere. I mean here the impact of Chinese globalization as it is manifested in the cinema. And that can mean Chinese export efforts, film export efforts, or how Chinese globalization is depicted in Chinese films, but it can also mean how other cinemas of other countries engage with Chinese globalization in various ways. And now I'd like to explore that a little bit further. But first, let me talk a little bit about this idea of the Sinosphere. This sense of a Chinese-centered transborder realm goes back to the original idea of the Sinosphere itself. That term was used by the Canadian scholar of modern Chinese history, Joshua Fogel, in his 2009 book, Articulating the Sinosphere. This book examines the history of Sino-Japanese relations from the earliest times up to the outbreak of the First Sino-Japanese War in 1895. It marks an era before the modern era of supposedly equal and sovereign nation states, defined by clearly demarcated borders. Fogel notes that the 1871 Treaty of Amity marks the first time that China and Japan subscribed to a legal instrument that marked them to each other as modern nation states. But 1895 was the point where Japan abandoned the old Sinocentric ethos of the Sinosphere, that at least formally recognized China as not only the cultural, political, and economic center of the known world, but also the cultural source. Fogel emphasizes this configuration, this idea of the Sinosphere that was abandoned in 1895, as one where there was a clear hierarchy with China at the center, but also one where others had agency within this order. In the 21st century, it's become clear that we're in a new era of the Sinosphere, and one where the Sinosphere is not only regional, but has global manifestations. How does this impact in the cinema? Let me close this talk by giving you a couple of examples. Let's turn to Africa first. In 2009, the People's Republic of China became Africa's largest trading partner, and in that year, it took over from the USA. Between 2000 and 2014, the annual volume of Sino-African trade grew from 10 billion US dollars to over 200 billion US dollars, although it dropped off a little bit later on. Now I'm going to draw on some work that I did a year or two ago with Mike Thomas, who you're going to hear from tomorrow. So Mike can correct me if I get something wrong as I present this again. In that work, we focused on the recent turn to Africa in Chinese blockbuster hits like Wolf Warrior 2 and Operation Red Sea, and the appearance of Chinese characters in Ethiopian hit films like the comedy Made in China and the action film Diplomat. The first thing to notice is that the Chinese films are all about Chinese activities in Africa, and the Ethiopian films are also about Chinese people in Africa. In other words, the direction of travel is clear, as is the power dynamic that it grows out of. These films then reflect the question of the reorganization of the global balance of power and China as a global superpower. There are a lot of things to be said about these films individually, but in our writing on them, Mike and I raised the question of whether Chinese characters in these films are, in a sense, the new Americans. Films like Wolf Warrior 2 and Operation Red Sea have Chinese saviors who imagine themselves as bringing civilization and progress to Africa. And just look at that poster there for Wolf Warrior 2. In much the same way as American predecessors did. And the films are also full of stereotypes of Africa as a continent of violence, poverty, disorder, and disease. The Ethiopian films are also interesting in this regard. Diplomat is a thriller involving terrorist threats to Ethiopia. When the Ethiopian woman commander who you see on the poster has to get help with defusing a bomb, she turns to the Chinese as reliable allies. Made in China is a comedy about some friends who are con men and tricksters, and their ability to succeed depends largely on the popular Ethiopian image of the Chinese as rich and technically skilled. So it seems that indeed, in the Ethiopian cinema, Chinese characters are taking on the roles that Westerners used to have, just as in the Chinese cinema, Chinese characters are taking on roles that are very similar to the roles that Hollywood heroes used to have in films set in Africa. Another example of this idea of Sinosphere and Chinese globalization would be the connections on an industry level between Hollywood and China. Chinese companies have been buying studios like Legend and theater chains like AMC in North America. And the power of the Chinese market means that Hollywood is strongly encouraged to play by the Beijing government's regulations as it develops new projects, whether or not they are co-productions, and especially those that need returns beyond those that can be recouped in the US market alone. As you'll be aware, the Chinese box office overtook the US box office recently, and it's now the richest and most valuable cinema market in the world. Ann Kokas's pioneering book, Hollywood Made in China, examines aspects of Hollywood's co-production with China, and in particular, how Hollywood's production practices are being shaped by the China market, and indeed are increasingly integrated into it. So where the crucial definition of where the crucial point of the first definition of cinemas of the Sinosphere is what we mean by Chinese, and I feel we have to expand it to include non-Chinese language productions made in the Chinese industries. In this second definition, it's about tracing the impact of the PRC. But by way of a conclusion, I want to note that if there is a new Sinosphere of the PRC influences emerging, it isn't a resurrection of the old Sinosphere that Vogel wrote about in the 19th century and earlier. Unlike that old order in which China was the center of the known world, this is now a multipolar world of overlapping and competing world orders. If Hollywood is being drawn into the Sinosphere, it is also part of many other such cultural and national spheres. And Chinese film industry is, of course, enmeshed with Hollywood in its own way as well. If the Sinosphere is part of a new Cold War, the cinemas of the Sinosphere overlap with the cinemas of American-led globalization, sometimes competing with it, but also sometimes cooperating. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Chris. So again, very interesting presentation on very interesting newly emerging phenomena. So we'll have discussions later at the end. And yeah, so thanks again. And yeah, I would like to ask Professor Xiaoning Liu for the presentation. Xiaoning?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen first. Hopefully, is that working?
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it's not full screen, but yeah, it's.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now it's that's good. Better. Yeah, I think.
All right. Thanks so much for inviting me to share my preliminary research on this project. So the topic is disembodied stardom in Chinese socialist cinema. So I'm going to bring you back to the height of the Cold War in the 1970s in the PRC. So I'm really going to look at the non-profit driven transnational cross-border film practice. Contrary to the general perception that China during the 1960s and the 1970s was completely closed off, the PRC in fact imported many films from the Soviet bloc and also a small percentage of foreign films from the capitalist camp, including Italy, France, Britain, and other Western European countries. The PRC also imported a few African films. So according to Yuan Qingfeng and Yang Ling's research, between the years 1966 and 1976, there were 67 domestically produced feature films and 102 stage art films. But in comparison, you will see a large portion are the so-called Chinese dubbed foreign films, 译制片. So my project looked at these questions. How did the domestication of foreign cinema contribute to the making of Chinese cinema and culture in the 1970s? So I especially pay attention to the voice actors. And so in this specific example instance, the oral is privileged over the visual. And the second research question is how to understand the artistic and the social political significance of voice stardom during China's transitional period. Here, I'm specifically looking at the 1970s, because this is really a gray period or transitional period for the PRC to move from the socialist state to a more open state. If we look at the early 1970s, we have American President Richard Nixon's visit to China in 1972. This visit initiated the ping-pong diplomacy, which led to the eventual resumption of Sino-American diplomatic relationship in 1979. In the meantime, around 1972, Japanese Prime Minister visited China, and then gradually in 1972, we also see the resumption of Sino-Japanese diplomatic relations. In order to explore all these questions, I'm really going to use a very specific case study, Qiu Yuefeng, a voice actor from Shanghai dubbing studio. So let me first give you a little bit introduction of the Shanghai dubbing studio. The Shanghai dubbing studio is one of the most important film studio that produce the Chinese dubbed foreign films. The other one is Changchun Film Studio in Northeast China. So the film studio started with a very small film translation group in November 1949. And as you can see from here, in 1967, during the height of the Cultural Revolution, the dubbing studio was renamed as the Shanghai Workers, Peasants, Soldiers dubbing studio. But gradually, later on in 1972, it used the name, the Shanghai Dubbing Film Studio. This film studio produced many dubbed foreign films during the Cultural Revolution, mostly from Albania and some from Britain, France, Italy, Mexico, etc. It produced a number of highly influential voice actors. So here you have a picture of voice artists from this studio. At the turn of the 1980s, the late 1970s and early 1980s, these voice actors became the most significant stars on the Chinese film sphere or cultural sphere. For instance, I've got a few pictures of those actors. We have a Birkbeck, who dubbed Detective Borat in Death on Nile. We also have a famous female dubbing actor, Su Xiu, who dubbed Mr. Otterball in the same film. We also have other film actors, voice actors. However, the most important one, I would say, is Qiu Yuefeng. So this actor, he was born in 1922 in Hulunbuir, northeastern Inner Mongolia. From the picture, you can tell he is mixed blood Chinese or biracial Chinese. His mother is from Belarus, and his father is from the southern province of Fujian in China. Because of his racial identity, he got into big trouble during the Cultural Revolution. He was socially ostracized simply because of his the family origin, the background. Therefore, he was labeled as a historical counter-revolutionary and was sent to the labor school or the labor camp. The reason why I chose him is because he was a highly regarded voice actor among his colleagues. He was acclaimed as the grandmaster of voice artist, the poet of voice art, the Mozart in the world of dubbing. So from this photo, you can see his career also coincides with the prime time of the Shanghai dubbing film studio. He joined the dubbing studio in 1950. In fact, he was the fourth person who joined the translation group. And he died in 1980. That was the prime peak of the dubbing studio. In many ways, Qiu Yuefeng is an anomaly. According to his colleague Shu Xiu, the timbre of his voice isn't beautiful. You can even say that it isn't pleasant to our ears, but he's extremely brilliant and hardworking. He also has a strong ability to comprehend the original film and has a rich diversity of performance methods. Despite all those constraints of his natural voice range, he became the most significant voice actor in the 1970s. During his career, he has dubbed over 2,000 roles, including major and minor roles in foreign films. So here are a few examples. For instance, in the 1950s, he dubbed the role of the robbers in this Italian film, Cops and Robbers. And he also dubbed the romantic protagonist, the dreamer, in White Nights, an adaptation of the Russian novel. And in the late 1970s, we will see he has dubbed a variety of roles, including the socialist film from DPRK, North Korea, among the plotters. He also dubbed Dr. Maya Sasu in Manhunt, 1976 film. And he also dubbed the major role. Charlie Chaplin plays both the great dictator, Hitler, and the barber. And Qiu Yuefeng dubbed both roles. So we can see he had, in all those dubbing practices, he showed creative versatility. He excelled at dubbing morally ambiguous, cunning, and corrupt characters. So here is a short statement from a Chinese writer and a scholar, Yan Feng, in memoir of Qiu Yuefeng. I found that when he dubbed the villains, he breathed in a unique way, mixing minute air currents in his voice to produce a snake-like hissing sound. It made people shudder. However, he was always able to gracefully convey weakness, thus sublimating the evil to an intoxicating beauty. So how to make sense of his disembodied stardom? So I have a few suggestions. In general, I'm going to really look at the media environment and the political culture in the 1960s, 70s. And then I also pay attention to the meaning of the shadowed labor, not only because he is behind the scene, but also because the very condition of production, the very condition of producing those dubbed film, he was literally in the labor camp and was involved in the secretive operation. And in addition, I will look at his vocal performance and to think about the artistic quality of his vocal performance. Finally, another dimension to consider is the audience agency. how Chou Yuefeng's voice performance excites the auditory imagination. So I can only briefly introduce the media environment. For those of you who are familiar with Chinese political culture, you may know in the 1970s, the Chinese cinematic sphere was dominated to the revolutionary films, revolutionary model opera, etc. So the soundscape was infused with blaring, heroic sound, the loud sound. Even the feature film Chun Miao, directed by Xie Jing in 1975, ended with a very clear ideological stand-up between the evil and the good people. And we can also see the orchestra. We have the symphony, The East is Red. And in this poster, revolutionary poster, you will see the loudspeaker dominated the public space. Each household would install a loudspeaker. And so the sound penetrates into each household, but those sounds are the loud, heroic sound. Now let's look at what kind of films Chou Yuefeng starred in. His most famous dubbing performance, including the 3 films. The Hunchback of Notre Dame, 1956 film, but it was translated into Chinese in 1972. It was not publicly released until the end of the Cultural Revolution, that is 1978. And he also dubbed Lermontov, an important figure in The Red Shoes from a British film. The film was translated in 1972, but again was released afterwards, publicly released in the late 1970s. His masterpiece is his dubbing as Edward Rochester in Jane Eyre. The film was translated in 1972 and publicly released in 1979. And many people at the time, including his colleagues, wondering, why should we translate all those foreign bourgeoisie films at the height of the Cultural Revolution? The reason given by the leader, the superiors of the film studio, is that all those films provide reference for our proletarian headquarters to analyze, to investigate the new trend in international class struggles. And most of us actors were at May 7 casual school to receive re-education. So to participate in those reproduction of the foreign films was a political task. After they finished the work, all the actors had to receive political de-infection. So I'm not going to go through the production process. The Jane Eyre was produced very fast, like slightly over 10 days. I would really like to share with you Chou Yuefeng's dubbing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you 2 versions, the English version and then Chinese version. So here, that's the original British version.
Who is there? Mrs. Farrell, is that you? Is anyone there? Yeah, boy. There's no one there. Whom did you think it was? Is anyone there? I said. Who is
Yeah.
Jim.
Yes.
So I'm going to share with you the Chinese version.
谁在那儿？FSCH 是你？那儿有人吗？好了，那儿没人，你怎么当有人呢？那儿有人吗？我说。谁？是我。谁？是的。谁？是的。
So there's also a portable version of his voice without the visual.
真是你！你是来看我的？没想到我这样。
Okay, I think you got the idea. So I'm going to come back to my PowerPoint. Okay. So the attraction of his voice performance does not just lie in audio-visual synchrony. According to Qiu Yuefeng's own statement, he pursues to convey the spirit of the character. And that's why he used such phrase, the word, the subtext, the flavor. So for any voice actors, he believes they need to aim to achieve these three layers of translation. And what is interesting is his voice performance attracted so much Chinese audience. The reproduced version was regarded as far more superior than the original British version. So for many Chinese audience at the time, Qiu Yuefeng's Rochester is the real Rochester. For instance, here is another memoir, and this memoir comments on the voice quality of the original British actor Scott's voice, that is dry and crude and lacks many flavors that's in Qiu Yuefeng's voice. So in general, the reception of Qiu Yuefeng's voice performance are varied, but so I only pick one interesting comment by Chinese artist Chen Danqing. Decadence, the essence of Qiu Yuefeng's vocal signature. That's right, there were things we really wanted to do and were just not given access to. All sorts of pleasures and needs were suppressed for such a long time, and Qiu Yuefeng's voice pointed to decadence as a source of pleasure. It was he who gave us an outlet to express anger, to engage in verbal dispute, to utter profanity, to be sneaky, to tease, and to seduce. What a genius in amplification, in his tonal explosion. So out of the ordinary, he led us into a virtual world where he tortured us and expanded our ego. Even that hypocrisy in our everyday speech acquired a state of beauty because of him. In Qiu Yuefeng's vocal anonymity, in his state of ordinary madness, and through an asceticized ugliness he conveyed, we cured ourselves, mutated into foreigners, and were completely let loose. Locked in intense listening, our subjectivity was displaced, and we roamed in a world of pure fantasy. So in general, I would propose to understand Qiu Yuefeng's voice performance from various angles, but in terms of political significance, I think Friedrich Schiller's idea of naive and sentimental poetry is quite pertinent. I believe the Qiu Yuefeng's voice performance also provides a sentimental education to a Chinese audience, because the sentimental relation to the nature is suffused with feelings of longing and characterized by the imaginative infiniteness of thoughts. And for the audience, such a voice provokes and validates their central imagination and humanistic feelings. So in conclusion, I suggest we can understand Qiu Yuefeng's voice performance as a good voice of China in transition. It is affective and prophetic. I welcome questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Xiaoning, for another very interesting presentation on the very different time period, and it will have discussion at the end. And now finally, I want to ask Wafa for her presentation. Wafa, can you start?
Hi, I hope you can hear me, and I'm going to share my PowerPoint if I can find it. Yes. Okay. Hi, so today I'm going to talk about one question, yes, thank you, that crossed my mind when I was starting working on Taiwan cinema, and even now, even if I'm not in academia, but still doing research, I am still very interested in the evolution of how we write Taiwan film history and how it really evolved from a very Chinese-linked film history to, I think, a more independent film history, and providing new links between countries and not only China. So I think one of, and this presentation somehow I think is going to resonate with Maria's presentation and also I think Chris' presentation. And I think one of the problems we have, and Chris talked about it, on how can we define this Chinese Sinosphere or Sinophone cinema. And I think it's a problem we have in French and English, and I think in other language, is that for us, when we speak about one country and we give one adjective, it's suddenly really linked to the country. So, but in Chinese, we have many words to speak about, like Zhongguo, which is really the country, or Hua, which is another word which is more linked with Chinese culture, or Han, which is more linked to ethnicity, and there are some others. But in French or in English, when we think or we say Chinese, I think all think immediately of China. And it's a big problem, and we have seen that there had been many ways, as Chris has just exposed, to try to get out of this restrictive definition. And what is quite interesting, I think, is that how for many decades, Taiwan cinema was always considered as one of the Chinese cinema. So if I just took some example of a few books, sorry, it's not going to be a very amusing presentation with images. There's some new images on the writings. But it's quite interesting to see, like in the last few decades, when Chinese cinema in general, or the different new waves in Hong Kong, China, and Taiwan started to be known and theorized and written on by a researcher, that for many years they were only, when Taiwan was discussed, it was only in terms of Chinese cinema. And even if Chinese, like the cinema made in PRC, could have its own books, and Hong Kong cinema can be studied separately, but Taiwan cinema, until 2010 or something, always seemed to be studied among others. And so there were a lot of questions on, can we speak on Chinese cinema singular or plural, and is it transnational, and so on. And in that case, I think the book by Chris Berry was really interesting, because, and Mary Fracker, because choosing to use China on screen was a way of taking some distance and thinking about the representation of China and getting free of this idea of a territory of production. So I think it was really interesting. Or, for example, Jeremy E. Taylor, the Rethinking Transnational Cinema, the Amoy dialect industry in Cold War Asia, which is also another way of looking at this Amoy dialect and not taking Mandarin cinema as a center. So you can see there are a lot of very interesting approaches, but still Taiwan cinema was still always considered as one of the Chinese cinema, and always thought most of the time in relation, well, vis-a-vis Chinese film history. And it's particularly, and I'm French, so it's really striking, especially in France, I think, in the first books that were really released or published at the time, and I took two examples of French approach of Taiwan. So in two books, like Jean-Michel Frodon, the Cinéma chinois, so Chinese cinema, that was published in 2006. And Frodon has a really traditional approach to cinema at the time, like taking Chinese Taiwan cinema just only as a branch of Chinese cinema in general, with its origin in the kind of a common roots within China and within Chinese millennial culture. Berenice Reynaud has a much more nuanced approach, and but still, she's still in this kind of approach where Taiwan cinema can only be an emanation of.
Il y a un problème de déroulement du...
Ah, il ne le voit pas?
Non.
Oh, de me faire des grands signes depuis tout à l'heure.
Oui.
J'échappe.
Il faut lancer déjà.
Alors, est-ce que là ça fonctionne? Là, ouais. Ou toujours pas?
Là, oui, c'est bon.
Je suis sur le bon, mais je ne l'ai pas full screen.
Tu l'as pas?
Parce qu'il faut screen.
Il faut sortir.
Est-ce que c'est en mode présentation?
Parce que vous êtes en...
Mettre-le en full screen.
Je crois qu'il faut sortir du mode présentation.
Yes. Sorry, you cannot see my PowerPoint, but apparently it is written on.
Ça, tu veux devant le mec. Tu peux d'abord dans ton PowerPoint le mettre en mode présentation et ensuite faire ton partage d'écran.
C'est ça, voilà.
C'est ça le bouton. Oui.
Oui, voilà. Puis là, tu peux démarrer après.
Là, tu sors du... Non. Ben ouais. Et du coup, on est quand même obligé de faire échapper. Ouais. Ah non, ben non.
Fais-le en réduction, réduis un peu la fenêtre.
Oui,
réduis
la fenêtre.
Réduis la fenêtre.
Voilà,
là,
comme ça.
Là, tu lui mets en présentation et puis tu peux glisser normalement.
Ah oui, non, ça prend tous les trois. Ouais.
Il n'y a pas une moyen de glisser comme sur le
et là, attends, ah, peut-être c'est une solution.
Il fallait le dire plus tôt parce que continue.
On s'en est pas rendu compte, moi je ne voyais pas.
Oui, moi non plus, je ne voyais pas que je
trouvais bizarre que.
Je comprenais. Si on est dans le Zoom, on est normalement.
Et là, est-ce que ça fonctionne?
Mais je n'ai pas su, j'ai demandé des photos, je n'ai pas su tout le monde. Et donc, je me suis dit que ça ne faut pas insister beaucoup parce que ça ne veut pas.
Ça va?
Je me rappelle plus que l'histoire de la photo, c'est chouette.
So sorry, apparently you haven't seen my slides, so I hope it was still clear. So now you should have the two quotation by Jean-Michel Frodon and Berenice Reynaud, so from France. And so with Jean-Michel Frodon really taking a very traditional approach of Chinese cinema in general. For him, it's really something whole, and then Taiwan cinema is only one branch. Berenice Reynaud has a more somehow balanced approach, but still it's always very Chinese focused. I think one of the quite important point here is that in France and in Anglo-Saxon country, people writing on Chinese cinema have very different education background. In France, people working on Asian cinema or on Chinese Taiwan, Hong Kong cinema most of the time only come from film studies and not from Chinese studies or cultural area studies. It's something we didn't really have. So especially people working on Taiwan, like there are some people working on Chinese cinema, which are coming from Chinese studies, but otherwise for Taiwan, it's really much more limited. And it might be one of the reasons, even if Berenice Reynaud work in the US, so she has maybe a slightly different approach, but still we can see that France somehow is quite late in the approach of Taiwanese cinema. And what is interesting for me when I was studying Taiwan film history was really to try to understand how the way Taiwan was represented evolved throughout the time, and that this idea of kind of independent or more independent Taiwanese cinema was only an idea that arrived very, very late in the 90s in Taiwan, and even later, maybe outside Taiwan. And of course, I think one of the reasons that the books published on Taiwan cinema could not only focus on Taiwan was also for, I think, commercial and marketing reason. And it was easier to market and maybe to sell or to publish a book that was on China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan rather than only on Taiwan. But we see what changed later. So it's quite interesting to see how we have an evolution of the way Taiwan is represented in this kind of books and film and book history. And here I took 3 examples and how Taiwan is considered as first regional cinema of one of the region of China. And there are 2 books by Chen Fei Bao, who is teaching at Xiamen University, and he wrote the first version in 1988, and then another one in 2008. And every time the books open like with a reassertion of the belonging of Taiwan to China, and with this kind of insistence of this very Chinese expression of war, which is also very ambiguous if we are using it outside China or even Taiwan. And always this kind of, not only it tries to insist on the geographical aspects and closeness of Taiwan and China, but also, of course, the closeness of civilization and people coming from the same blood, or even the Aboriginals are included in this big Chinese history to be sure that they are part of this general history. And he used all the time, we will find in this kind of books, we always find the same expression of Taiwan being named Treasure Island, that thing you can find in this film history books, but also in films made in the 50s or even during the Japanese era. So it's interesting to see that in 1988, it's just after the end of the martial law in Taiwan. So it's also a time where Chinese people can go and study Taiwan more easily. That's why we have this first book. And in 2008, it's also another way when Taiwan archives were much more available and it was easier to do research there. Another interesting approach is another book but written in 1961 by Lu Sushang. And it's quite astonishing when we study Taiwan, because we know that at the time, the government, the nationalist Chinese government, was trying to repress Taiwan specificities. But here, this book, written in 1961, is written by a former Benshi. So Benshi used to be the film commenters during the Japanese era in Taiwan. And he has Japanese education, and his book, like, to be sure that his book is not going to be banned, before the book you have a lot of recommendations and of officials stating that the book is a very important regional study of Taiwan culture. And once again, he has to reassert at the beginning, like that's the first sentence of the book, that Taiwan is of course part of China, and that there is like immortal links between Wogo. So once again, we have the same expression of Wogo, my country, and here in the mouth of a Taiwanese person, it's much more ambiguous. That like people are coming from China, and also adding that of the colonial power tried to erase this culture and to make Taiwanese people forget that they were Chinese before. So this is one aspect and one interesting aspect of Taiwan film history, but at the same time, more or less, we have another approach of this film history where Taiwan suddenly is considered as the continuation of Chinese film history. So the film history that started in China and then followed the Chinese nationalist government to Taiwan. And I'm sorry, I didn't put another list of books that were published in the 70s and 80s in Taiwan, but we can see how these books written, and I think that's why it was really interesting for me to listen to Maria, because in Taiwan, there were not so many film historians in the 60s, 70s, and beginning of the 80s. It was always the same people writing the same big books, and they were all officials, writers. And when we see the titles of their books, it's always the history of Chinese cinema, the history of the cinema of the Republic of China and this kind of thing. But even the evolution between books that were entitled History of Chinese Cinema, and then changing to the history of the cinema of the Republic of China, we can see there is a change of concept, because suddenly it's as if the researcher or the historian were acknowledging that maybe China is not a whole, but the history of the Republic of China makes more sense if it starts in China and then moves to Taiwan. And this kind of books that were written in the 70s and beginning of the 80s, we can see that so film history starts in China and then moves to Taiwan, and what happened in the PRC just does not exist anymore. And it's just erased, and we just have a narrative about the films made in Taiwan and Hong Kong, which are called Free China. And also it's interesting to see in these books how the local history of Taiwanese language film, which means not Mandarin, which was the official language after World War II, when the nationalist government arrived in Taiwan, how this Taiwanese language film is also really nearly inexistent in this kind of official film histories. And here I just put one example of a book of 1965, about 50 years of Chinese cinema again. And it's interesting to see how here we have this kind of language calling the communist bandits and minimizing their importance, while in fact most of the people working in film remained in China, and only a very tiny part moved to Taiwan. And we find again this expression of wars or ours, again the others, and this idea of reviving, of a renaissance of the country in opposition to what happened in the communist country. So this film history is really, really linked to the evolution of the political atmosphere in Taiwan. So by 1997-8, it was the lifting of the martial law. There was also the establishment of the Taipei Film Archive, and it was the beginning of all the research made by this archive on film history. And we have suddenly a huge movement in the 90s trying to unearth all this hidden history and all this repressed history. And it's really interesting to see, for example, that some former, more official writers, such as Huang Ren, you can see him on number 4 and 5, have changed. So Huang Ren used to write very official histories. In the book he participated in, some names have disappeared, people that were erased by the official history. And after the opening and after the lifting of the martial law, he writes completely different narrative of Taiwan history. Suddenly he speaks about Taiyuken, so this Taiyu is the Taiwanese language films. And we see this big difference because this repressed language and this repressed cinema suddenly appears everywhere. And there is a kind of movement trying to save the memory of this cinema. And for example, we have on number 2, we have this oral history, and it's really important, it's a very important work of the archive and his director and his team to interview the survivors of this time. And another very important movement is to try to find out when cinema arrived in Taiwan, which means like to let aside all these histories that was always trying to minimize the Japanese colonial era period in terms of cinema. And we see the reverse and trying to, in fact, having Taiwanese historians try to reappropriate their own history by reintegrating all the Japanese colonial era. So there are so many books starting in the 90s trying to develop on this topic. And it just went on. And for example, this kind of trying to change the center, which means like China is not the center anymore, but Taiwan is taken at the center of the cinema, and how it has different linked with China, of course, but also with Japan. And we have all this research by Mami Mizawa, really tried to understand the different movement in Taiwan for Taiwanese people working between Shanghai and also Japan, and also a new approach, which means that influenced many researchers afterwards. For example, we can see that after 2005 or 10, we have a new approach of Taiwan cinema, which means that before that in English or in French, for example, Taiwan cinema was only considered starting from the 80s or 90s on, what was called the Taiwan wave, for example. And what happened before was left aside. And we see a real change of approach with a new way and a new concentration, not only on Taiwan new cinema, but also what happened before. So Japanese era, Taiwan language film, sometimes a more feminist approach of Taiwan cinema. So we can see there is a multiplication of approaches. And it was also encouraged by a new policy in film heritage conservation and promotion, because the film archive finally stopped only restoring film by the biggest directors such as Ho Xiaoshen or Edward Yang or even Simon Yang, but also started to seize the interest they could have in restoring, doing subtitles for film of the 60s, the one in Mandarin, but also the one in Taiwanese. And we can see how through the change of government in Taiwan, there is a real evolution in the approach of film history. And now this approach that started in Taiwan is also has some influence here in the West. For example, with Chris, we are working on Taiwan cinema, Taiwanese language cinema tour. We have been working on the last 2 years. same, I'm sorry, I'm talking because I'm working in an archive. I was able to do a film program of film of the 60s in Paris, which would have been impossible a few years back. So we can really see that there is a new influence and a new discourse that is being established, and I think it's also coming as a reaction to the might and yes, imperial and strength of China in terms of culture in general, in the political aspect and cultural aspect. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Wafa, for again another interesting presentation on a related but also very distinctive topic. And yeah, I think we have we planned 10 minutes of discussion Q&A. So yeah, any questions or comments? Oh, yeah, Marcos? Marcos?
Hi, thank you very much for this fascinating panel. I really appreciate that you have allowed us to have this updated discussion on the Chinese cinemas, or what Professor Chris Berry has defined as this really inspiring concept of the Chinese Sinosphere. I also found very interesting this idea of this discussion about the American, the Chinese characters in African films. Very interesting. But I had a question to Xiaoning. Nice to see you again, Xiaoning. Because I find very interesting the study of Chinese cinema from this from dubbing industry. And it came to my mind, it reminded me the Spanish context, a lot of similarities, because under Franco dictatorship, the dubbing industry became quite strong, more or less around the same period, 1960s. Before that, most of films from Hollywood were dubbed in Mexico into Spanish. But from 1960s, there was like an industry promoted by the state. It is said because it was more helpful to keep an ideological control over films coming from Hollywood or to other countries, because if you have the subtitles, you can still hear what the actors are really saying. But if you dub them, then you have complete control over the narrative. And that was it is claimed that was what happened in the Spanish context, and that's why even today, you know, in the Spanish-speaking world, the Spanish dubbing industry is quite strong. And I had the opportunity to watch the Bicycle Thieves, the new realist film, dubbed by the under the Franco's dictatorship, and it was very interesting how they completely twisted the meaning and projected a ridiculous Christian. I mean, they tried to project the idea that the film was having a kind of a Christian meaning, a Christian message. So I was just curious to know more about the Chinese context. To what extent is there is a creative process, or there are also ideological implications? So if you have had the chance to look into this, or have any views on that, I was just curious to know more about it.
Thank you so much for your question. So my research is really at very preliminary stage. We actually have a Chinese dubbed version of Bicycle Thief, but I haven't really watched it. So for the films that I have studied, I forgot to mention, they were originally translated during the Cultural Revolution, only for internal reference. For internal references only. That means those dubbed films were sent to the supreme leaders, you know, the privileged CCP members. They were not available to the ordinary people. So there was definitely a very creative process in dubbing. According to the literature I have looked at, most Chinese scholars and film practitioners emphasize how they domesticate the foreign languages, how they found kind of an equivalent Chinese idiom to convey the ideas. And And sometimes, you know, they don't really have the right to so for instance, Jiang Eyre, when the Chinese film company purchased that film, the dubbing studio leader had to listen to the film while translating it. They don't have anything else. So they had to do that very quickly within 5 days to produce the Chinese script and then do the dubbing. So that was under enormous political pressure, but I'm not sure how they changed the wording. I have to really look into that. But thanks very much for telling me the France conference. Yeah, I should have found out more about that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, any other questions or comments?
Hello,
yeah.
everybody.
Okay. Yeah. From the Waseda office. Yes. Can you speak? Yeah, from the Waseda Brussels office.
You hear me? Thank you very much for the panel. I have a question for Wafa. Do you think that streaming platforms such as Netflix have recently played a role in first disseminating Taiwanese cinema as Taiwanese cinema and not Chinese cinema, and then probably identifying Taiwanese cinema as a distinctive feature of Chinese cinema?
That's a really good question. In fact, it's yes and no, because in fact, when you look on Netflix and you type Taiwan cinema, it's not that clear that it is Taiwan cinema, but it has been a really good way, yes, to disseminate it. And it's, I think, Taiwanese cinema is still so different from the Chinese one. I just take my experience as a person teaching Taiwan cinema in university. I know that my students are always very astonished by the content of Taiwan cinema. They would not expect there would be like so many queer films, and they become big fan of Taiwan cinema very easily, more than Chinese cinema. So somehow yes, but at the same time, it's not always that clear that it's Taiwanese cinema. It's more global for them. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Yeah, any other questions or comments? Maybe if I can ask, is it okay as a chair? And yeah, I have a question on Chris's presentation, and very interesting. And I'm a sociologist, so I'm particularly interested in this second aspects of kind of Chinese, kind of the enlarging forces of Chinese mode of globalization on film world around the world. And I have two questions. And one is, how do you see any kind of layers of influence? And if so, what kind of significance that would have, do you think, in terms of Chinese influence? So definitely, as far as I didn't know, but in Africa, Ethiopia, influence of Chinese, this second mode of Sinophone globalization is influencing very strongly. But as far as I see Japanese cinema, Japanese film world, there are some actually visible influence and many interesting phenomena happening, but still less influence on Japanese film. What do you have? I don't have like a good way to put this in words, but these kind of different layers of influence, is it part of your research, or if you have anything to say on that point? And the second point is, again, very interesting. And as a sociologist, I'm very much interested in the kind of consequence of these Sinophone, the expansion of Sinophone, the Sinosphere on like academic studies of maybe Chinese cinema around the world. And what sort of, again, this is not what you talked about, focused, or not, it's not what you are focusing on this research, so it may not be fair to you, but I see there are potential of new interesting topic of research that kind of assesses how these Chinese influences changes, or maybe not change, the discipline of even film studies in general, or maybe more limitedly study of Chinese cinema. So I'm still thinking, clarifying my question, but the first is kind of layers of influence, different forces affecting different areas. And the second one is how that Sinosphere would affect academic studies of cinema or Chinese cinema, or maybe even cinema in general.
Thank you, Seo. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure everyone's desperate for lunch, so I'm not going to,
Okay.
I could talk, there's a lot to,
right, yeah, sure.
Could be a very long answer, but very briefly, I would say that the different layers, if you like, of the impact of Chinese globalization on cinemas around the world would require, a sort of multi-person program of research.
Right. Yeah.
But one can look at some of the ways in which it impacts are perhaps surprising. And I mean, I'd be interested to hear what Wafa has to say about this in relation to Taiwan. But for example, my own impression about Taiwan is that there's a kind of bifurcation. On the one hand, there are film and television and other media producers and who see their future as connecting to that mainland Chinese market. And on the other hand, are very involved in trying to move into the mainland, make film productions and television programs that will be successful in the mainland. Because you've got a market of 1.3 billion, as opposed to 23, 25 million or whatever it is. And on the other hand, you've got this interesting situation where the Taiwanese audience is almost allergic to anything from the PRC. They really don't want to know about, generally speaking, there are some exceptions, but generally speaking, they are very, very, just don't want to see or think about this big problem across the straits, right? And so, it's the opposite for people who are making films and making television programs for the local audience, where there's a strong impetus, if you like, to avoid dealing with the Sinosphere. But then, the other example I gave was Hollywood, and there's no question that when it comes to, big action cinema, there's a strong involvement with Hollywood. I'd like to say as well, and it shapes film production in Hollywood now, this need to cater to and to have access to the Chinese market. I'd like to add that I think one of the reflections I was having this morning, listening to all the talks, was this the question of approaching cinema as text and the question of thinking of cinema as events, which includes social events and historical and cultural events. And I was thinking when we were hearing Professor, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, CARMO PIÇARRA's, piece about censorship with the Portuguese film. And I thought it was so interesting. You've got the text of the film, which is what we end up seeing, but you've also got the event of its censorship, right? And I was also interested when LÚCIA was talking about, realism and the importance for her and Bazanian realism of the site of production and the production event, and then also the text. So I think when we talk about this impact of Chinese globalization, we need to think about it in terms of texts, but also in terms of events, production processes, distribution, exhibition, and so on. And of course, that includes eventually the potential impact in academia, which of course, academia is not insulated in some way from all this, or maybe not as insulated as we would like to imagine. And there are various kinds of activities by organizations that are sponsored, from Taiwan, from Beijing, who are seeking to promote research in various ways. And we all have to make our own ethical decisions about, how we are willing or not to engage with that. And then there are also major disputes going on in Chinese cinema studies in Chinese and English around this question of who defines Chinese cinema, right? And how it gets defined. So some of you will be aware that there's been a big aggressive, sort of, I would say aggressive, shall we say, let me try and use a less loaded word, an enthusiastic kind of intervention from within the PRC, saying, against scholars based overseas, like Sheldon Liu, Liu Xiaoping, and Zhang Yingjin and others, to say Chinese cinema is not transnational, but should be understood as a national cinema again, and so on. So this is all definitely happening, all the things you're alluding to. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, and yeah, sorry, I took a lot of time for question, but maybe last question from or comment from Maria. Do you have any response or any thoughts?
No, actually, it's I need some help, and I would like very much to have Chris and orientation regarding this. Actually, when the pandemic started, I was in Macau for the first time trying to study in the archives the productions of films made in Macau during the Portuguese administration. And so I was consulting what requests should Hong Kong and Chinese producers go through to be able to film in Macau. And as you know, for instance, Von Kar-wai used Macau as a scenery for his films. And nowadays, I've been studying colonial Portuguese cinema. And I'm now working with loose Orientalism regarding Macau and Goa and Timor, East Timor, Timor-Leste. And I have this difficulty of thinking about Macau cinema, the cinema that has been done nowadays. And I was able to program a small film program here in Lisbon with Macau contemporary production, because my need for help is how to think this Macau production. And for you that are thinking these questions for a longer, for a lot of time, it would be so nice if, can I write to you? Because I know we don't have the time for this now, but I would like to write to some of you and ask for your help regarding this Macau thing, okay?
All right, yeah, thank you. And maybe some response in the chat or? Oh, no, this is not related, but yeah, there's some discussions going on the chat box too. But I think sorry, I'm not very good in managing time. So already 15 minutes behind the schedule. So we want to end here. But again, if anyone has some responses to Maria's question, or maybe Jean-Louis, can you provide emails of people participating today to Maria, so Maria can contact people who can help her? Is it okay? All right, yeah.
Yes, okay, I will do it.
Okay, all right, yeah. And yeah, Chris also has some notes on the box on Macau dimension in one film by Clara Lowe. So yeah, if you can look at that. But yeah, for now, I think, I will turn the final remarks to Jean-Louis. And yeah, I enjoyed the presentation very much, discussion, and yeah, thanks to everyone again. Okay, yeah, Jean-Louis.
Thank you, Professor Nakashima. And in my opinion, you did it very, very well. So thank you very much. And thank you for everybody for the very interesting presentations. So no, that's it for today. We are going for lunch here in Belgium, in Europe, and maybe a diner in Japan. And so we see you tomorrow. Professor Morita, do you want to speak a word?
No, thank you very much. It's really very interesting, some papers and the discussion. Sorry, we couldn't provide us enough time. Our original idea is to give you about 40 minutes. And so that there's 40 minutes each, so that there's maybe you talk 20 minutes, 25 minutes, then longer question and answers. But because of time difference, now we are going start in the late dinner, and then you are waiting for the lunch in Europe. So anyways, but still, because of this really time confinement, thank you very much for everybody's also keeping your papers time, and then we are very much looking forward to tomorrow's the sessions. We start very early in the morning. Sorry for the people participating from Portugal and in the UK, but so for you, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. But anyway, looking forward to see you tomorrow, and then enjoy your lunch and enjoy lunch or dinner. Okay. So, can we?
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.